How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? Ooh, how could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me.
Hello and welcome to the North American Squad League, day 15. We got this day and one more. Quick apology for the different camera that I'm using today. My other one's being a little glitchy tonight, so I kind of look like a ghost right now, but I guess it fits because today we are joined with a new caster, and that is Priv8 Dancer, this little guy you can see next to me right now. How you doing today, Priv8?
I am doing great. Thank you so much for the introduction, T-Rex. And I am just excited to be here, especially on the last 2 days before the playoffs for NASL here.
Yeah, it's huge. And not only that, but we have some big games tonight. You know, we have first up, we have the Simpsons VS The Kingdom. The Simpsons really vying to get a top 6 spot. They're sitting in, I think, number 7 right now. Then after that, we have TSU versus, I almost forgot, versus Deus Knights. Deus Knights is another team that they still have a few games left, so depending on how well the Simpsons do, and depending on how well Aether Explicits do, they can also vie for possibly that number 6 spot. If the Simpsons lose their games, if Aether Explicit doesn't win another game, there's a good opportunity for Deus Knights to come out of this bottom number 8 or number 7 position that they're in currently and climb up to that number 6 spot. TSU standing pretty strong in the middle of the top 6, just wanting to kind of solidify that. And if they can sweep both of their games tonight, they definitely possibly have a chance of making it to the top 2, depending on how their final game goes against Team Sexi next Thursday, which is another game that many of us are highly anticipated for. And then to wrap up tonight, we have Team Sexi versus the Simpsons. Once again, definitely going to be a big wall for the Simpsons. And for Team Sexi, I think they're just kind of hanging out, Private.
Yeah, and not just that, but we are just 2 days post-patch, and Mobile Legends still has that new patch smell. So I'm really excited to see how this changes the battlefield, and especially with the tanks and the new items and all of the changes to the characters. I really want to see how the teams adapt to this.
Yeah, I think it's, that is going to be a huge change up with all of this right now. We were doing some practice casting days about 2 or 3 days ago, watching some bigger teams play, and we could already see some of the possibilities with some of the new heroes coming in. Wan seems like she's going to be a monster right now. Zask may even be showing his face in the Land of Dawn, which is something we haven't seen, I don't think, ever in tournament play. I don't think there's ever been an MPL or a world tournament or anything where you've really seen Zask on the battlefield, and right now he's not looking too bad, and a lot of tanks not looking too bad. But we're not going to waste any time. We are going to jump into this game in just a second. Let us know who you think is going to win, the Simpsons or the Kingdom. Let me just check up on these teams real fast, Private, so we can get this going. Are you ready?
I am. I'm hyped. Let's get these games going.
Yeah, I think so. I know another newer member to the casting desk recently, but with the little information you do know, who do you give it to without seeing a draft or without anything like that?
Unfortunately, it does seem like the Kingdom is still a little green. They're still trying to find themselves here in the tournament. They are learning. They are getting better every new match. But unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to give this to the Simpsons. They do have a proven track record, but that doesn't mean that we should be counting out the Kingdom yet. I'm very excited to see what they do, how they've adapted, how they've changed, and how they treat these new changes that have come out.
Yeah, I think, right, with the most recent patch, depending on how hard a team's been playing, depending on what a team's exactly been doing these past couple days, there could be some big upsets, Maybe the Kingdom has found some new niche strategy, some new hero to bring in, and and really get an upset tonight. I do have to reset the tournament lobby. It's been a little buggy on me. I'll have it back up in just a second. Sometimes they get a little messed up. But at this point, I think the Simpsons has definitely proved themselves, Private. We kind of, them and Deus Knights, honestly, those were two teams that I feel like in the beginning were a little counted out, but they didn't really have a lot of time to shine. And as we've been seeing them play more and more games, we're starting to see them, be competitors, not only for this, but for future events coming. I'm really hoping I see these teams in the tournament coming up in a future league. They're definitely teams to be reckoned with overall, Private.
Yeah, and there's something to be said about the practice that happens, but the name of the game is basically adaptation, especially today with this 2 days past patch. Are they going to be able to meld? You can practice all you want. He doesn't be flexible with your be flexible with how you approach these teams, and it's going to be exciting to see how they can bring that to the table here tonight.
Most definitely. I think I definitely, when we were sitting here before we went live, you were mentioning how the Kingdom is always on time. They showed up, they're here, even though they're sitting in right now the last position on the leaderboard. They are ready to play, and you got to give them respect for that. A lot of teams aren't always ready for that. Even the really good teams sometimes are a little late, but the Kingdom, it just shows that they have a bit of hunger in them, and it's another team. Even though they're not at the top of the leaderboard right now, I'm hoping that that we see them possibly come back to future events and shine.
Yeah, there's something to be said. Everybody says that they has an opinion, wants to say they could do better, they could do worse, whatever, this and that. But the point is that they are here. They are showing up. They're on time all the time, and just trying to improve. And there's something to be said about that. Not everybody starts off great at the game. Not everybody starts off with the synergy that you see with BTK or with other teams that have been playing together for 2 years. It takes time, it takes effort, and that's what Kingdom is showing.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, you know, I keep looking over to my left at my OBS, and I see this little guy staring at me, man. And I never, you know, I've been casting for almost a year now, and I never would have thought I'd cast for the potato, and I'm glad you're the first, Priv8.
I was about to say, I'm glad you're my first too, but
that a little too far? We are going to be jumping in, so we've rebooted the tournament lobby, got past any bugs, and the teams are piling in, so we're going to be starting in just a minute. I'm going to put up a poll real fast, see what all the fans think. The Kingdom or the Simpsons? The Kingdom or the Simpsons? Let us know in this poll. Kingdom, baby.
I will die happy as long as I can see an assassin Grok. Because
assassin Grok? Is that what you think is going to be the thing tonight? Is that what we're gonna?
I don't know. I've been playing it, and I've been having so much fun just messing around on him. Right now, all he needs is damage items to build up his physical defense, so he can just be a monster out there. It's been one of my favorite things to play so far in the current patch.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, I think over the next month or two, even, I think we might not see it as much in the playoffs in the end of the season, but in the North American Community Tournament coming up, we're probably going to see some crazy things, some very different metas coming in, things that we have not seen, but we are jumping into the draft finally. And this is the Kingdom versus the Simpsons. The Simpsons will have first pick, so it's going to definitely be interesting here. I'm wondering if they're going to try anything crazy, if they're going to try to switch anything up. Are we going to see any big bands here, Priv8?
Looks like we're starting out with a Sicilian band. I am interested. I want to see how they feel that the bands have adjusted so far. Usually we do get those Esmeralda or the Eve bands right off the bats. In some cases, we've seen the Lance or the Ling. I wonder if that has changed. Do people know enough? Is Wan counterable? Has Ling's new update made him a monster or not?
I mean, we are seeing one thing for sure is they're taking out the Sicilian against the Kingdom. The Kingdom has run that a little well, and I think the longer the season's been going on, he's becoming more and more of a band. He wasn't at first at the beginning of the season, and it's just been creeping in, becoming more and more popular to take off the field, because I think a lot of teams just don't want to go up against that late game damage that he puts on the table, Priv8.
Yeah, just the amount of damage he can put in and how far that he can be in the back line to input that damage on. And you have to have a pretty heavy dive comp to actually be able to isolate Sicilian, and then you're going to have to worry about if the team you're facing has a counter or some CC back there too. It's just something that's easier to put up into the bands right now, and possibly wanting to test out to see what else Boca Roscoe has in the pool right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he definitely doesn't have a Nicolette or an Ashley or a Ghost of Eugen hero pool for mages, but he has a decent one. We've seen him, we've also seen him learn and pick up heroes that we didn't see him play a lot before. Started playing Lilia a lot more, you know, the second quarter of this season, and he doesn't do it well. He's honestly Boca's probably one of the best players on his team. I think there's a reason he's team captain. They are coming back with that Yves ban. Again, another pretty staple ban. One thing I do have to point out, you know, the Valentina's still on the board, but from what me and you saw the other day, she may not be as scary as she once was.
Yeah, those nerfs to her passive, where she no longer gets as much XP, she no longer gets as much health, are costing her a little. Still, I remember while they did take a loss while using Valentina, she was still outputting a decent amount of damage, but just it wasn't having the same effect during those team fights.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. I mean, before she was just completely broken. Maybe she's a bit more stabled out. Maybe that was just a bad game we saw her in, because there is a chance we may be seeing her now, or she's just going to get completely ignored. Esmeralda now taken off of the playing field. Both teams being very, very patient about this. And again, it just shows the Kingdom. Yeah, we know we're ending this season at the bottom, but If they win this game, though, if they can get a point here, one win here, they at least don't finish last. They get second to last, which that is still something, you know. And I think it just shows that they're not just going in ready to throw this game.
Yeah, and that's right. There's a huge learning curve, especially when you go from ranked to a league environment like this. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and take out the Ruby there. Eager to see what these picks are actually going to be. And there goes the Valentina.
Instant lock. You know,
yeah.
And this is going to be the test again. Is it going to be lackluster, or will it still show off Priv8?
Well, right now, just looks like the Simpsons have not lost faith yet, so they're going to go ahead and pick that up first. And let's see how the Kingdom can answer.
They do have 2 picks, a lot of opportunities. The Lolita's open for a tank if that's something they want to lock in. But you know, me and you were talking about the other day, they have to be careful about what ultimate they give over to this
first pick.
Quick question. Is that the only ultimate that Valentina can't steal? The Wanwan ultimate?
She can steal the Wanwan ultimate.
But
and
can she trigger it? Or
yes,
she can ult right away?
Ult right away.
That's no way. That is insanity. Yes. I guess she doesn't have the speed of it, so it's not as, you know, Wanwan's ultimate isn't really all that until she gets a lot of attack speed.
Yeah, unfortunately, when Wanwan steals from a physical damage dealer, all of her her magic damage gets converted into physical damage. And Wanwan, her ult, you get more hits off of the attack speed. So while it does deal more damage, it just doesn't have the same effect. Not that you can't get kills with it. Oh, and then with that Esmeralda band picking up Phoveus, so they already took his biggest counter off of the board there, and along with the Ling pickup here for the jungle.
Yeah, they're looking good right now. I mean, immediately just first they know you get the Lolita, so we're gonna pick up an assassin jungle. You know, we're not gonna go double marksman here, and I know Cold World I think would rather play assassin, honestly. So Lolita isn't the most amazing pick against this team anyways, but not only that, Phoveus is gonna be such a nice counter to that Wanwan, not only to the Wanwan, but to the Lolita whenever she wants to try to dash in, if he decides he wants to ult her. But he's going to be able to get right into those fights so quickly, and this also limits a lot of the Kingdom on what they want to pick next. You know, how many more dash heroes do you really want to put in your team at this point?
Well, it looks like they're not discouraged. They did pick up a Kagura here, so I'm eager to see how this plays out, because Kagura into Phoveus isn't going to be the greatest thing. Wanwan already is going to be triggering his ult like crazy, so she's probably at the very least going to have to try to stay away from her team or put them in a position to where they can bait out that ult from Phoveus and perhaps get a decent amount of CC onto him.
You know, this is a great opportunity to bring in something like the Bane jungle. The Barat's jungle, maybe something a little more bulky. That I think a Barat's would be great here. You counter the Ling because of your bulkiness. The Phoveus can't proc on you, and Aulus would have also been good. You know, I think
a lot more changes for the tankier characters now, especially with the changes to blade armor and to twilight armor. So I'm eager to see what they do and how they're going to go ahead and flex around the front line here, especially for the side of the Kingdom, which seems kind of lacking on that front right now.
Yeah, they definitely need to bring something in, and they're banning out some of their own tank opportunities. Well, they already have a tank actually, but they're banning out tanks away from the side of the Simpsons right now. I really think they should have used some. I think they really should have locked in a jungler maybe before they locked in Bokarosco on that Kagura. But we are going to see what the Simpsons decide to ban here. I think a Barat's would be a good ban, but I guess they're in their heads, does the Kingdom ever even going to run something like that? You know, we've seen them kind of stick to pretty similar hero pools around the board recently.
Yeah, they like to stick to what is comfortable to them, and ultimately, if you don't have a great hero pool, that's probably about the best route that you can do. Get the heroes that you're comfortable on, the ones that you can fit into almost any situation. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work out when you go to the higher levels of play. I am excited. I am a little. It's a double-edged sword for me, but I see that the rumors of the Great Grok have reached them, so they did ban that out.
The Great Grok.
Yeah. So definitely want to see what they're gonna pick up here. It looks like they're going to go ahead and pick up a Edith now. Decent amount of CC on her, so she might be able to counter the engages by Ling, but as I've seen, a lot of teams like to follow up that Ling Tempest of Blades with another type of CC. Most of the time I've seen Esmeralda, but I think here we might be seeing the Phobius or the Valentina coming in right after to follow up those. I want to see how the chain CCs can go.
Yeah, how well they can match all of that up. Not only that, but that Tempest of Blades forces you to use that flicker, forces you to try to get away, and that's when you see Phobius just coming in the back. It looks like they are possibly going to lock in this Belleric, which again, we haven't seen this all. Oh, maybe not. Going for the Franco instead. I would have liked to see the Belleric just because we haven't gotten to see it yet. But right now, the composition from the Simpsons just looks strong. I'm not a big Franco fan, but I still think it looks great. Do not lock in that YSS. It's a pure death sentence. Just pure. Oh my god.
I saved my nation from falling.
So, apparently Kingdom very confident with their ability to dash through what Phobius is going to have to offer them. The Franco pick, while not a very popular pick, and I'm not a big Franco fan, but I do like the harassment. A great Franco, few and far between, can just add so much dimensions to the battlefield and the harassment that he can bring, especially early game.
I mean, it's definitely we've seen some amazing Francos this season, and we've seen some pretty bad Francos. He's definitely a situational hit or miss, but he is, I mean, I've slowly become more of a believer in him recently. I'll say that much at least. I was the first person to be like, he is literally the worst tank in the game. When people picked him, I got angry, but after this season, I'm slowly becoming more and more of a Franco believer, but we are jumping in the land of Adon. Give us a little bit of a breakdown on these lanes and what you think these teams' win conditions are.
Well, right now, it does look like the engagement side is going to be on the side of the Simpsons. It is going to be, I am eager to see how Lolita is going to be able to set up these, her Numenon hammer, because that's going to pretty much set the tone for how these team engagements can go for the side of Kingdom. Is she going to be able to catch most of them in that? There's a lot of dashes on their side, so we're going to see how that works out for them.
Yeah, I think that's going to be their biggest problem here. You know, maybe even to the a big blue buff steal just runs in, takes it. If this is a prediction of how these games are going to go, this is bad, and now they are pushing forward. A nice hook onto Love Me Senpai, putting a little bit of damage. Cold World deciding to just pick away at this Litho Wanderer, back off. But I mean, a minute in and a move like that, Priv8.
Yeah, Ling just swept in, said thank you, may I have another, and grabbed the Litho Wanderer and is on his way, while the Kingdom is powerless to stop it. And here comes that harassment from Franco. Definitely going to need to see a little bit more organization from Kingdom. I gotta know that Damien is going to be here to stay. He's going to make himself a permanent part of this jungle, while Ryan is over there trying to farm up.
Yeah, not only that, but with this Ling on the field, you know, and the Franco, you're just going to see a lot of aggression. Nice hook onto Let Me Senpai, getting a little bit of damage, but this opens up the field for Cold World to come in. He's going to be able to jump on the wall and possibly get out of this. He does have the Tempest of Blades ready to go, but he gets knocked up and possibly taken out, but in comes Tempest of Blades, does block on, able to get out of that tower, taken out by Bocarasco, though, in the back. First Blood is going to the side of the Simpsons, but they are able to respond by taking the jungler out. A nice trade on the map, honestly, for the Kingdom there.
Yeah, very good for them. It looked like the Simpsons got a little over-eager there. They did get the blue and probably thought they were going to be able to bully their way into the red, but it looked like Kingdom had kind of like closed ranks around their jungler to go ahead and protect him and get that good kill.
Yeah, they are locking on to Damien here, though. Waiting for that Roscoe Simp ultimate coming in. A nice bow locked on, and now it looks like possibly the Kingdom is keeping up here for once, and they're not doing horrible against the Simpsons right now, Priv8.
Yeah, especially those changes to Wanwan. That's another thing that I didn't really consider here, especially against the Phobius pick. Wanwan only needs 3 weakness stacks to get her ult, which is just so easy. Like, she already has she got killed there. But as you saw earlier, it was just so easy for her to get her stacks right now. And it's one of the changes that have been pretty much well talked about so far.
Yeah, look at Damien though, just making these plays, even the small things like that, pulling the crab out of the way, securing it for Brody easily, you know, really just, you mentioned at the beginning, just harassing nonstop, and these are the good Francos. This is what Franco should be doing, and just constant pressure. Not only that, but Ling Cold Whirl right now, taking every moment he can to jump in and steal enemy creep camps, is getting a possible engage here. Blazer does have that ultimate ready to go, doesn't want to pop it just yet. Damien misses the hook on that red buff. They decide to disengage Priv8.
Yeah, they're closing ranks again. Looks like they don't want to test the waters again for this red buff, but they do back off here. And it looks like Ling is actually going to be looking for a gank onto Wanwan here. He does dive in, and Wanwan might be in trouble.
Yeah, she's got that ultimate ready to go, though. Tempest of Blades does come in, though, and they lock in. Too much. Not enough time. In comes the Newman on Blast, though. Love Me Senpai does land it. She's just trying to defend at this point, though. The hook misses, and in comes the Newman on Blast steal, and she locks on, but here comes Boca Ross getting a nice pick onto Damien. Is going to be on the chase now. Ryan Gamer tries to hit that arrow, not quite able to. She's going to be able to get away, but again, they are going back and forth on the map. The thing is the Simpsons keeps creeping ahead with this gold right now, Priv8.
Yeah, just narrowly creeping ahead, but I would like to see Kingdom start getting a little bit more organized, start coming together with 4. Right now, what they're doing is just reacting to the Simpsons' pressure, and while it is going ahead in their favor right now, as we start getting to mid and late game, as Valentina starts getting fed, as Brody starts getting fed, they're not going to be winning these exchanges, and they need to have that on their mind. They need to start getting a little bit more organized. Get those setups, get those fits in for the fight, so that every one of them can dive in.
Yeah, they need to do. I like the fact that they're really focusing this gold lane right now. We see a lot of the top teams do that. They're going to get some nice gold onto this tower, sacrifice the turtle, and maybe even take this. They do have a wave coming. Valentina sitting on the edge over here, but Love Me Senpai is making sure she helps them keep that distance. At this point, Wanwan, focus in, get that tower, let the rest of the team zone for you. They are closing in onto Love Me Senpai, though. Cold World does have that Tempest of Blades ready to go. Is he going to use it? Newman on Blast coming down along, and he's able to dodge it. Doesn't get the finish. Can he? He does. Back on the wall, pops the emote, and he's out of here. Nice play coming from the Simpsons. They do lose a tower, though, Priv8.
Yeah, they lost the tower for that, and it's very interesting because historically, from the matches I've seen of Kingdom, they were always the first ones to lose their tower and had that weakness of the marksman lane. And it looks like they're starting to learn a little better. Went ahead. Looks like Wanwan might be in trouble here. He got cleaned up by Vision down there. But historically, the marksman I've seen has been like the weakest lane for them. They'll go for the turtle, and then their marksman lane will get pushed up. So it seems like they have a little bit of a difference in their game plans now.
Yeah, you know, and that's something that I think a lot of the younger teams, I would say, the not as veteran teams, had a lot of trouble to adapting this season. The importance of that gold lane. We saw all the biggest teams. Wait a second, in comes Damien. Is he going to use that ultimate? He decides not to. They take the tower. There goes the hook. It misses. Boca Roscoe Simp. Not quite able. I'm just going to call him BS. Closing in on Love Me Senpai. In comes Cold World. Does get locked down, though, but he's going to be able to get that kill. Franco secures it, and now they're moving forward. B-Gamer with that low lead all was able to get a stun onto Boca Roscoe Simp, and the Tazbo comes out, able to land on Boca Roscoe, cleaning up, gets the kill onto Valentina as Vision uses those torn apart memories to get a kill of his own, and Simp will be taken out. A double kill going to the side of Vision here.
Yeah, it looked like it was pretty much a 1 or 2 for 3 there. And Simpsons cleaning up a little there, but it's been pretty back and forth. I'm actually just blown away right now. The Kingdom is doing a lot better than they have in the past, and I'm really kind of excited to see how they've adjusted right now. It seems like they have made some differences, even with the shot calling and how they have their presence on the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were doing pretty well. A nice combo, did miss it. Game. Andre brings in that Newman on Blast for herself. They're all able to get away, though. Love Me Senpai uses, I guess was just out of the distance. Wait a second, Simp will get taken out here. Roscoe will be next. The kill goes to Andre. A nice play. And though they were doing well in the beginning, it's starting to see like that gold lead is making a difference at this point.
Yeah, right now, 4K ahead on the side for Simpsons. And like I said, as you start getting towards the mid to late game, you're going to start seeing the scaling go far into the side of the Simpsons.
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean, and I mentioned that at the very beginning. So the one thing that some of these teams also have problems with, some of the newer teams, is they'll be ahead in kills. We saw it with XS9 a few times. It looks like they're winning in the early game, but the reality is they're losing on gold somehow on the map. They're losing on farm, and it makes a difference when you get to this 8-minute mark, 7-minute mark, and in comes Damien with the lock on. Beat Andre with the Numenon blast. The hook does miss as Bokurosco takes out Franco. Love Me Senpai brings in her own Numenon blast, and the Tornamar Memories just isn't able to finish it, but in comes everybody. Tempest of Blades going off into that back line as Simp tries to lock onto Blazer, tries to get away, not quite able to. He's going to go onto that tower and secure that kill. A nice play. He is taking a couple turret shots. He will pay the price for that kill. And on the map, it's a 3-for-2 trade going to the Kingdom.
Yeah, they've gone ahead and they're shrinking that lead only down to 2K now. That was actually a pretty wild, I don't want to say sloppy, but it did go over into the favor of Kingdom, I believe, here. So they are starting to get a little bit more closer to evening out the stakes here. But Franco did just pick up that blade armor, and I just want to see how well this does work against the Yu Sun Shin and Wanwan now, especially with the changes now that blade armor does scale off of the amount of health that you have to output more damage right back at the marksman, or actually any type of physical damage that comes at him.
Yeah, I mean, blade armor was a decent pick before against Wanwan, let alone now that it's gotten a buff. I mean, it was definitely a very situational defensive item. A lot of, sometimes you don't even get it, but now I think we're going to be seeing a lot more. It's going to become a lot more of a popular item for these tankier heroes, especially than just stacking up health items after. It could possibly be do or die, and it makes you wonder, even with Wanwan's buff recently, is that going to be the item that kills her?
Well, yeah, and that's interesting. I think it might be more of a frustration for YSS than Wanwan, because she does have that ult that can negate most of the damage back at her. YSS is the one that might be having more problems with it, as he doesn't really have much to negate that damage that will be reflected back at him.
Oh, Andre tries to get that Numenon blast in. And in comes Love Me Senpai with one of his own. They're able to lock in as Bokurosco gets the kill on Division. The hook misses from Damien, and the Kingdom back off, but in comes Blazer. They do not want to stop. They're going to take that tower as the team of the Kingdom goes farther and farther into this base. The Lord is now locked onto this inhibitor. Damien keeping his distance, does miss the hook, and they're able to melt down that Lord in time before it takes that inhibitor private.
Yeah, they were able to stop the Lord, but it did do its damage. They did get, what, 2 towers there now, so it's pretty much going to be on the Simpsons right now. They have the pressure, they have the momentum. It's just if they can keep it, because you do get a lot of teams that do get a little bit more comfortable once they get into the core. But and that's usually a good kill zone for people where most games are lost at the core.
Yeah, it's true, and I mean, I would normally say that there's a good opportunity for the Kingdom to win this in the late game because of all the damage they're going to bring with that YSS, with the Wanwan. Oh, wait a second. A nice suppression onto Love Me Senpai. He does get stunned and stopped, but in comes Blazer with a huge slam dunk onto the team, but he's going to pay the price as Bokurosco gets the kill. But in comes Andre with the flicker Numenon, and now Ryan Gamer stunned also. In comes Lang to get the kill himself, and they are battling it out as Cold World uses that Tempest of Blades to escape from under that inhibitor. A nice play from the side of the Simpsons, clearing out 4 for only 2 of their own members.
Yeah, just a nice pickup by Franco, and then followed up very quickly by Blazer on that Phobius, and then it was just a wrap from there. The rest of the team goes in, was able to clean up, and Wanwan was the sole one left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, I mean, for a second, I thought Blazer was making a huge mistake going under there. But then we see Andre coming with the flicker, Numenon blast. Then Cold World comes in out of nowhere on the Ling. And they were just able to turn a slightly bad movement from Blazer into a complete team wipe. Just completely turning the tables back into their hands, making a nice play. Lord will be up here, though, in 10 seconds private.
Yeah, and both teams are kind of setting up for it. Not really much that Kingdom can do. They're a little spread out. They've got no real towers here, so their jungle is pretty much just open for Simpsons to kind of have their way. And looks like Senpai got caught. Oh,
bad play. Just walked right into a bush, and it's hard to bush check against a Franco.
Yeah, especially with that ult of his to be able to take it out. And speaking of push technique,
In comes Blazer though, helping himself. Franco will bite the bullet, but now Venom is possibly going down also. Cold World now pushing forward. Vision under the inhibitor, hits that flicker with the torn apart memories, making Ryan Gamer go back under the base. But that was fast. 4 members down in a matter of 10-15 seconds. This is gonna be a tough comeback for the Kingdom, and I don't think they have a chance.
Yeah, Franco did get caught in there, but Simpsons were so quick to be able to rebound off of that and just push more into the base and get those kills off.
This is it. The game will go to the Simpsons, game 1. The question is, can the Kingdom come back for game 2, Private?
Victory!
If they want to have a chance of success, they're gonna need to have an answer for the pressure. They're gonna need to. I feel like when you have the Franco, when you have those invades coming, your team needs to close around faster. They were starting to do that early game. They after they got their blue buff stolen, they closed in around red, and then especially the second time. But after that, they kind of scattered out a bit. Didn't really move as one, and they started paying for that. Like I said before, they were mid and early game. They were having a little bit of success in those team fights, but the scaling, when you have those, you need to press your advantage a little bit more, because once you hit that mid to late game, especially against the Valentina, especially against those heroes that scale really well, especially the Phobius and things like that, you need to press your advantage before they start hitting their power spikes.
I want to apologize real fast. I accidentally, to all the viewers, I went right past that the data screen with the kills and everything, and I accidentally clicked the return button, so we're not going to be able to look at that because it's not there anymore. So sorry, everybody. But if I had to pick an MVP, I think Vision just played a great game that game, and along with Andre too on that Valentina.
Yeah, Valentina is showing us right now that Valentina is still strong, and especially more now, not even just her normal abilities, but that ult to be able to copy. You saw those Numenon blasts really kind of scatter the team of Kingdom, and just had a great presence on there on the battlefield. Yeah,
I mean, like, I knew the Numenon Blast was going to be possibly clutch for her, but not as clutch as it was. Definitely made some great plays with it, and it's always so unexpected. Not only that, but it's so annoying to try to cast for. I remember the very first time I was casting over a Valentina game, I saw Tempest of Blades go off, and I was like, wait, I thought Ling just died. And I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, in comes Ling with the Tempest. I'm like, nope, wait, huh? So we are going to be jumping into game 2 though here.
And I'm wondering if they're going to want to, we did see that Wan. I want to see what Kingdom's answer is going to be here for. If they are still going to try to lean towards that Wan, maybe ban out that Phobius, what their plan is here now.
I think the Wan isn't a horrible pick. I think you need to either have a counter ready or have other heroes that can deal with the Phobius if it gets picked. You got to be prepared for that. Like I said, I think there could have been much better junglers. I think a Barats would have been great there. Maybe even a Jungle Bane. It's what a lot of teams use. Anyone that's not dashing around. And if they're going to run that Wan, she still isn't super strong in the early game. You already should be focused on the gold lane, which they did. The problem is they were never able to get a kill on Division in the early game. So I mean,
do think that for their last picks, their last comp, they didn't really set it up well. While they had the Lolita there, they were really banking on Lolita to be able to set up her Numeon hammer. I'm gonna say that wrong every single time, but they were really banking on that. But against a team that had pretty much everybody had a dash to be able to get away, so it really wasn't. I feel like a great setup for that pick.
Yeah, I mean, and there you gotta also remember, it's not all like Lolita is an amazing tank as of recently, but she's not always a great tank. She goes really well against double marksman comps. You know, that's what she does. That's where she really gets to shine. And the thing is Simpsons don't. That's not really something they always run. Cole World likes to run the Lancelot, likes to run the Ling. Some of those different heroes. So you got to bring in something else. You know, Kufra might have been decent there. Something slightly different. Hopefully they learn from that game though, and it looks like they're already revolving some of their bans around the past game Priv8.
Yeah, they did go ahead and on the Simpsons side take out that Wan, and then on the Kingdom side they did take out that Ling and that Phobius. Definitely not wanting to deal with the counters that Phobius can throw out against those dashes.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you know the limits to your hero pool, you know, then you do need to ban the Phobius. You know, you need to ban some of those niche picks that can just tear apart certain picks, you know, certain compositions that you want to run. And if they want to really focus around more dashy compositions, that's going to always be a thorn in their side. So the ending goal really needs to be for them to pick up, you know, put a couple more things in their pocket, you know, evolve just a little bit more, you know, be ready for those off-brand picks like the Phobius.
Yeah, and then I'm not even sure if Phobius has been off-brand. It's just that there's been other heroes that have gone in front of Phobius. There can be better picks, and he's still just. I feel like he's still just as dangerous as he was when he was first making his round through the meta. And then a very strong pick by Kingdom, Esmeralda, who I feel is very much unmatched in the side lane right now. And the Simpsons did go ahead and ban that Valentina. They're going to go ahead and pick up the... Not going to lie,
the Cyclops?
I simp hard for Cyclops. I love a Cyclops. Oh, and I think they're just messing with my emotions right now.
They are. They're... maybe not. Oh!
And a Masha
first update pick of the night. The Masha comes in. You know, what are they going to... What do you think? What are they running her as right now? What's the plan with that?
I'm actually not sure. Historically, Masha has been more of an objective-based hero. She's not really a great team fighter. Single target she does well, but not recently against some of the CC and fighter comps that have been running around. So I don't know what the plan is here. Like I said, it's a brand new battlefield, brand new update. So I do want to see. I'm actually not familiar with her changes. I need to look that up real quick.
She got a buff, I'll tell you that much. Her health bar, all three of her health bars are now 100% HP. They all gain all of her like percentage buffs and everything from items. So she's a tanky girl now is what I can say. And she didn't get any nerfs to her damage with that. So she got a decent buff is what... Now the question is, can she handle her own in an EXP lane against others? Are we gonna see her possibly as a tank? You know, are we gonna see? I mean, I think the possibilities with her right now are definitely up there. You know, do you run her as a jungle now? You know, kind of like a tank jungle, and just because with gold lanes be able to carry things so much, you can run some of those more just objective junglers instead of like get the kill type junglers.
Yeah, historically, if you want a Masha to be able to do well, there's going to need to be some type of support or rotations up to that lane quickly so that Masha can pretty much get around the map and do what needs to be done, either for turtles or other objectives. So I do want to see how that works out for them. They are, looks like Bokaraska does get onto that Lilia, and as far as I know, that is a good comfort pick for him. And the Lolita gets picked up by the Kingdom as well.
Yeah, we are going to see. I like the fact, too, that that the side of the Kingdom is banning out these assassin picks, you know, changing it up a little bit as we speak, which I think is very important if they want to keep evolving.
Yeah, and the one thing too about this Masha pick, I'm not sure if they were banking on a double marksman pick from the side of Kingdom, because that I believe it's Howl Shock, which disables the auto attacks. That doesn't really lend itself to any of the picks so far to be able to counter them. So I do want to see how Kingdom goes on with the next two picks. They do go ahead and ban out the Grok and the Lance. And Lance already usually a terror, especially with mechanically gifted players who can pretty much just get themselves in and out of situations. And then on the side of the Simpsons, they go ahead and ban out the Roger and the Aulus.
I want to point out also Cold World picking up this YSS this time into the Lolita. You know, I mentioned how they don't always like to run the double marksman, and that was one of the issues last time with Lolita. She wasn't able to benefit. She wasn't able to support the team all that much. This time she should have a little bit more utility in some of these fights against Vision and Cold World. But what I'm really questioning is, are we going to see this Mia right now?
Yeah, the Mia, I'm not sure how well the Mia might do here, and especially the Hayabusa. All of these heroes have some type of escape, sans Masha, but I don't really see that the Hayabusa is going to actually be able to put so much damage onto Masha in the first place. So I'm curious as to how well this Haya is going to do into the comp. Maya, on the other hand, a decent amount of damage that she can do until we start getting into a fed Masha, and if she can isolate her, because if she can, there's not really much that Maya
I
can do.
am the priestess of primal lightning.
They are switching it up right now, bringing in the Edith. So here's the question, right? So Edith is tank here. That's the answer. Never mind. Edith has got to be tank here. Masha in the XP lane. So I kind of like honestly, I don't think the Hayabusa is too bad. Yes, they do have a lot of dashes, but they are squishier. You don't have Edith isn't the bulkiest of tanks. I think they do have an opportunity possibly to push hard in this early game, you know, and try to get a nice advantage that they can scale off of.
Yeah, and I want to see how well Lilia and the Esmeralda meld well together with that CC that Lilia can throw out with her shadow energy, and then Masha being able to come in with her falling star moon.
Most definitely. I mean, and that's going to be a huge thing when it comes to the future, when it comes to the mid game and things. How well can the Simpsons use all of this C? And that's something that, I mean, or how well can the Kingdom, use all of their CC? Because really, the side of the Simpsons doesn't have a lot of CC for themselves. Yes, they have the Kagura, but that's nothing huge. Damien is really the only one that can do any sort of group, you know, big play type of CC on the team. A little bit of an engage onto this Little Wander. Damien getting the knockup onto Ryan, but that's just to help keep some distance and slow him down a bit, Priv8.
Yeah, and then they do give up on this, or no, they did secure the Little Wanderer while in that engagement, and it looks like Maya does go down pretty quickly to Vision here. Not a good start for the marksman lane of the.
You gotta be, you know who plays a wonderful Mia in this league right now? A player named Rose on Deus Knights, and she plays it very safe in the early game. She makes sure she doesn't jive because you're extremely dependent on getting as many items as fast as possible, so when you get to about 11 minutes, you can actually do something. You can't be too aggressive on this Mia. You can't let yourself get caught out. Lose a minion if you have to.
Yeah, down here at the bottom lane, it does look like Lolita and Hayabusa were trying to plan out for a gank here. It did take a little bit of a while because Vision had already returned to base. And sometimes it's better to just check out for a few seconds and then go back to the mid lane. It looks like they are trying to engage here.
Yeah, Damien will go down as Lolita gets the kill. But up in the top lane while this is happening, Masha able to take a tower in the EXP lane within the first 2 minutes, Priv8.
Yeah, and that's what I talked about before, that objective-based play from Masha, and she's probably going to make short work of this turtle as well, just chunking it down.
Yeah, I mean, she's bullying Esmeralda right now, and I don't know if that's because Venom is on Esmeralda, or if that's just going to be something new we might start seeing. You know, can Masha bully Esmeralda within the first 4 levels? Because if so, that could be huge. That could be a big counter for that pick and possibly slowly start pushing Esmeralda out of the current meta.
And it looks like a little bit of engagement happening down here. Senpai did try to face check that bush and did get punished for it by Damien, and Senpai here Is going to
They
get
do get the
now, and
knock up. In comes Andre with the kill. Now they're going to lock on to Boca. He is on the run. Cold World decides to dash in. Focus on the creep camp for a second, but they are putting pressure on. I did not know if Boca Roscoe is going to be able to get away with this. Damien sitting on the edge. Does with the flicker knock up. A nice pick. Hits those black shoes. Damien taking too many tower hits. A nice outplay from Boca. He is going to go down, though, to those corner part memories, but in comes Simp, able to get the kill onto Cold World. A bit of an overextension from the side of the Simpsons Priv8.
yeah, they did. They just went 110% trying to take down that Lilia, and did pay for it as the Lolita and Maya did come in from the back from healing now.
Yeah, that is I mean, it looked good. It was fun to watch. It was flashy, but I don't think Boca Roscoe was able to buy just enough time with those black shoes that, you were able to end up getting the kill. In comes Zoe, the Numenon Blast onto Vision. Simp, able to lock on. Can he get the finish? Not quite able to. A nice knock-up onto Love Me Senpai, and he's going to get taken out, so another overextension coming from the Kingdom. These teams are just brawling right now.
Yeah, and it just seems like they're the side of the Kingdom is kind of maybe underestimating the range of the Simpsons right now, not backing away when they see them coming, and kind of just getting caught more and more now. And up at the top, it looks like Venom and Blazer are duking it out. I'm kind of actually very curious to how they're how Venom is just getting.
Blazer's winning. Blazer's
yeah,
winning.
that's it.
The health bars are just too much, I think, with 100% on each health bar. She's really, I mean, especially in those first 4 levels, like, what? Like, you're trying to kill 3 of her practically. There's no way you can keep up. She's got a nice attack speed, and then with Inspire, she's just gonna really melt down Esmeralda, be able to do that damage. I'm excited to see what items she decides to pick up. Are we gonna see something like a DHS? Scarlet Phantom? Is it gonna be speed based?
Oh, Venom just gets popped up, and just a fight here at the turtle, and Venom does go down.
In comes the Numenon Blast. Boca Roscoe goes down to about half health. Does not have those black shoes with Cold World. Closes in, able to get the kill with a double kill going to Gamer. So each of them secure one for themselves as they creep into the lead right now, Priv8.
Yeah, and pretty much right now, Simpsons are just having their way and bullying into the Kingdom. None of the lanes they seem to be winning right now, and it's just giving Simpsons so much momentum right now. They were able to take that mid and top tower, and it looks like they're going to be working on this bottom one next.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job at that, just, focusing these objectives, rotating around. Blazer has now swapped lanes with Brody. He's going to move up to the top and keep pressure on as Blazer just starts to melt down at this tower and stuff. And look at Damien just sitting in this bush, able to get the knock up. Senpai able to dash out, though. Is he going to be able to get away? He's slowed down, forced to use that flicker. Roscoe coming with the stun himself. He tries to pop that Numenon Blast, not quite able to, but Blazer will go down, paying the price, not able to get the kill onto Senpai Priv8.
Yeah, Simp very patiently out there, just blasting down onto Blazer while he was attacking Senpai, and Senpai left with like a sliver of health.
Yeah, and Simp now getting stronger also. Yes, she had a bit of a rough game in the beginning, but Mia's starting to get some speed up, starting to do some damage, possibly could become a major threat for Simpsons in another few minutes.
Yeah, they're just going to need to learn to try to keep that front line, keep that Esmeralda up there, keep that Lolita up there, while Mia is going to be the main one to watch here if Kingdom is going to be making this comeback.
Did you see Boca Roscoe hit those so worried about getting hit by that knockup from Damien. He had a full bar health. He used the black shoes just for repositioning, trying to dodge the knockup because he knew if it came, he wasn't even going to be able to click those black shoes. Able to get away. Little bit of a throw up onto Senpai. Is going to take some damage from Vision. Doesn't even need to use the torn apart memories. Able to get that kill, Priv8.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Lolita in a position that really not beneficial to her team. As you saw, that Simpsons were all gathered around it and just made very.
Is it going to be a double? Boca Roscoe, Simp able to get it. A nice pick from them. Ryan Gamer takes a bit of damage though from Andre. That was huge. He's definitely becoming scary.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it does seem like Kingdom is starting to get caught out a lot right now, especially with that CC from Damien. Just punishing. As soon as they land that one CC, it just keeps on it just goes on into a coma, and until they're dead. At the middle, though, now they are able to secure that mid tower, which is going to go ahead and open up that map for the Kingdom.
Yeah, I think the problem with the Kingdom right now, Damien's very good at just sitting in a bush and I'm gonna let you bush check me, And he did the same thing with Franco. Every time Love Me Senpai tried to walk into a bush, you get caught off. And I think at this point, the Kingdom needs to maybe play a bit more of the passive role. Let the Simpsons come to you, Stop trying to push in, stop trying to gain so much ground, Make sure you have your buffs, but other than that, most of your tier 3 towers are off. Lord is up though. Andre keeping some distance. One shots. Boca Roscoe. Venom trying to come in to zone, but not quite able to get down on Andre. And they are going to take that Lord. And a big push is coming, Private.
Yeah, unfortunately, Boca snapped out of existence quite quickly. And this Lord is pretty much barreling down right now. And do the Kingdom have an answer for this? I'm afraid right now it's been just such a wrecking ball that is the Simpsons.
Yeah, and Damien, I just want to focus on him for a second because he is coming in. Does use that ultimate though. Gets the stun, a little bit of damage. It comes Love Me Senpai with the Newman on blast. A nice flicker, but no one else is able to come in. Damien is going to get away from that as Andre gets a stun, and Blazer from the side bush locking onto Love Me Senpai. 1 bar of health left, able to take it out. 3 members down, and Boca Roscoe will be the 4th as Venom is up in the top lane right now. Got out of that fight maybe a little too early or just in time, Private.
Well, that's unfortunate is that the top lane was being cleared, and that's exactly that's exactly the point here, is that they go ahead and get that top lane pushing. Venom has to rotate out, and then the rest of the team is going to be a 4v5, which already at an even fight, you're going to have trouble with that. And it's just it's a macro gameplay here that they are able to force those lanes out on the sides to kind of split up the Kingdom, and when they go running for that, that's when they go ahead and launch their attacks down the middle.
Yeah, and they've been controlling the map so well. Just able to rotate around, keep the pressure on them, and like you just said, split that Esmeralda apart from the group. The question is at this point with this Mia, with Ryan Gamer, I think at this point maybe the Kingdom should be using the Hayabusa to control macro. He's not as crucial as we're creeping into this mid to late game. He just never really steamrolled like that. Just use him to clear macro. Esmeralda, I think, is a bit more pivotal in some of these major 4v5s or 5v5s, to whereas Ryan Gamer at this point is kind of falling off.
Yeah, and that's kind of the rule of thumb with assassins too. If you get behind and you're not able to do much, especially in the late game, that macro gameplay is just so essential for assassins, especially for somebody like Hayabusa, who can get around the map so quickly and clear so quickly.
And look at Blazer here, and in comes Venom once again, tries to use that Fallen Star Moon, and it's not going to connect. She is going to clear that wave, but the Kingdom just keeps sending Venom over, and hopefully this is a lesson that they possibly learn. Venom, I mean, yeah, he's sitting at 0 and 2. He's not as crucial either, but the Simpsons are taking advantage of this right now. They're definitely taking advantage of their position on the map.
Yeah, and as you see that Esmeralda is getting split up again. Like I said, right now the Kingdom should not be looking for even fights. They should be looking to pick people off, maybe even try to go up to try to help with that Masha. However, right now, just because it does look like a standstill, they are just kind of pacing around. They're going to be waiting so that they can grab this Lord, maybe even try to bait it out so that Kingdom can come in and they can clean up this.
Yeah, Lord is up. I mean, do they try to contest this? Love Me Senpai does not, and I think that might have been one that they wanted to. When you're getting, when you get to a certain point in the game, you can't just keep giving up all the Lord. It's either, make a play, because either way, you're gonna lose if you keep giving them that huge objective. You've already lost an inhibitor. At some point, you just got to play like you're ahead and see if you can get the win in the team fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's some points, especially for the last Lord. What ended up happening is when Esmeralda split off, what should have happened is Kingdom back off. They need to be able to recognize what they see on the map and adjust to it correctly. They still stayed up front, even though they were split with Esmeralda, and they did get caught when what they could have done is just had the Lord near their tower, just a little closer, so they had that backup. They had that place to retreat to, instead of just getting caught out flanked.
Oh, Oh, Damien trying to come in, taking a bit of damage from Simp, though. He is going to get brought down to about health. Love Me Senpai with that Bulwark shield up. Bo Carrasco hits those black shoes, but is instantly dropped back to half health. They are just getting cornered in right now. The Lord crashing down into this middle. Blazer working his way in. They are keeping their distance. The Lord almost down. The Kingdom will defend this push. A nice defense of that siege currently, Private.
Yeah, you saw, and it's exactly what I was saying there. They went in, they didn't go for a chase. They did look like they were about to near bottom lane the chase, but smartly actually retreated and then grouped back up so that they could go ahead and take part that Lord.
Yeah, I mean, with one thing that the Mia at this point is going to start tearing apart those Lords, you know, is going to be able to clear these waves very fast. So they do have that defensiveness. They do have the ability. So if the Simpsons want to close this themselves, they also need to make a big play. And I think hold on, a conceal play coming in from Damien. Locks on to Love Me Senpai. Torn apart memories goes off. Not quite able to get the kill, but Simp will pay the price himself as Love Me Senpai goes back onto the fountain to get the health back. And this may be the moment that the Simpsons have waited for. Minions coming in. They're going to close in on this top inhibitor and keep pushing forward. Blazer locking in on that tower. Doesn't want to stop it. In comes the Newman on blast, but it's stopped in its tracks. Love Me Senpai able to dash out from Damien's knockup as they keep on going. Bo Carrasco pops those black shoes, but the damage is just too much as YSS gets that kill. Kagura taken out. Make that a double. Make that a double. Going to Hayabusa. Able make it a triple. They are pushing forward. Venom now locking onto Blazer. He did get some of those health bars back as minions have locked onto this inhibitor. Torn apart memories goes off of Vision. Just can't stop Venom. Bo Carrasco, Simp now back in the game. The Fallen Star Moon comes down and they're going to get that kill. 4 members down. This is the moment that the Kingdom has been waiting for. Can they turn this to a reverse sweep, Private?
And this is exactly why Esmeralda is one of the top XP laners right now. Just the amount of tankiness, what she can do to push into those fights, and what she can do to punish those longer fights as well. And right now, this might be the turning point for Kingdom. Right now, I'm the Lord, while Simp is able to secure that blue, and just the amount of damage. Look how much fast she's chunking this Lord down.
Oh, here comes Cold World, though. Can he get the steal? Not in time. Love Me Senpai trying to zone off. Don't get caught up here. He uses the conceal play to get away. A nice move, but they are locking in. Damien misses the dash. They're going to be able to push this. Wait, Simp caught in a bad position. Going to get taken out from YSS. That is rough. You should have waited in the bush and recalled. Now you're down your major damage dealer for the most important Lord push of the whole season. In comes Andre with a big ultimate. The immortality does come out, though. Bo Carrasco able to get the kill onto Andre, but Blazer locking onto Boca. Venom, though, is like a wall herself as she pushes in. Damien taking a bit of damage. They want to keep pushing. Lord taken off the map. This is now a game. Damien with the knockup onto Venom. Love Me Senpai also keeping some distance as Vision and Cold World revert over to the blue buff.
And unfortunately, that does go to the experience. Is when you get Lord, it should be just an immediate back off. You guys want to get with the Lord, act like that's another big brother coming down that you're going to be able to push with. But unfortunately, they did kind of stall out there. They were kind of messing around, and I don't want to say messing around, but they were kind of caught. Didn't know whether they wanted to fight, engage, or disengage there. And what should have happened is just a one-team call, either make that decision. And it seems like they do get rid of complacent.
Oh, Damien gets melted from Simp. This is big. We're now seeing Mia's full potential as we creep into 16 minutes in this game. She is going to start doing some big damage. And with, you know, something like Bo Carrasco with zoning weight back up in the top lane, a little bit of damage on Division. They're going to keep pushing in. Simp goes down to Cold World, though. Make that a double. Cold World showing off, sitting at 8-3, closing in onto Venom, and the damage is there. This is the person that they need to lock onto Venom when they need it. Vision not quite able to, but Cold World able to.
Yeah, and right now this might be a wrap for Kingdom if Simpsons decide to push this. There's just not enough. Mia just keeps getting caught, and when you take out that man, especially this late in the game, your main damage dealer, the fight's just always going to swing that way for Simpsons.
Yeah, they need to keep someone close to Mia to really peel for her, you know, whether it's, I think Venom either needs to stay close by, be that wall, and let Love Me Senpai be the engager, but this is, again, from the middle, from earlier in the game. Stop sending Venom to the off lane. Venom is the tankiest person on your team right now, but wait a second, Damien does miss the walk-in. Love Me Senpai gets a close-in onto Vision, he uses those torn apart memories, and is able to take out Simp once again. This is where they're going to close that distance. Blazer locking onto Venom, but only one bar is not going to be enough to keep the push going, but you do have minions crashing down. Luckily, there's no Lord. They may be able to defend this push just long enough for Simp to get back in this game, but with 6 seconds on this Lord counter, are they going to have time to contest it?
Yeah, and then right now you have Masha going ahead and splitting up into the bottom lane. There really isn't much that Simpson or that Kingdom can do right now to stop Simpsons from this Lord. So they're gonna have to just hope for a mistake, stay together, and stay organized. No more going out, no more getting caught. Lolita needs to realize that she is not the tank she thinks she is against a 15 and 24 deficit.
Yeah, and you know, Lolita makes that engage, and normally what you see is Lolita makes the engage, then Esmeralda comes in with the Falling Star Moon, then Bocarosco comes, you know, you chain those things, and that's what you were talking about in the first 10 seconds. You were talking about how you wanted to see some nice chain CCs, some nice 5v5 tactics, and it just seems like that's one of the things that the Kingdom is lacking, but here comes the Lord, here comes the push, crashing down middle, as all 5 members come into this inhibitor on the bottom. Venom trying to stop, locking onto Blazer, may get the kill here. The immortality does come up though, and this is going to be a tanky thing, but Simp able to get the kill as the Lord is slowly going down. Can they defend another push here? I think they can. Bocarosco takes some damage from Andre, but they have a wave of minions. They're going to try this now. Andre able to stop. Simp goes down along with Love Me Senpai. Torn apart memories goes off, but it's just not enough damage to get the finish. Damien's immortality does pop, and he's going to back off as Andre flashes in again. A double kill going, and the base goes down. It's a 2-1 sweep. It's a 2-0 sweep going to the side of the Simpsons.
Yeah, and you brought it up. It's just you had Esmeralda switching off to go ahead and try to clear the lanes, and then you would have somebody on this side of the Kingdom getting caught, and it's just intense and insane macro play by the side of Simpsons. They knew where the enemy was at the entire time of the map, that those engages onto Lolita to take out Mia quickly, and then they would just pretty much wipe the rest of the team while Esmeralda was doing her best to clean up lane and get back.
Yeah, that was their downfall. The whole game. Just that one thing, I think, is what really messed them up. And I know I keep saying it, and you keep saying it, and we keep talking about it, but that's because that was, the whole time I'm watching, I'm like, why do you keep sending Venom up there? Like, you need him for these fights. Literally, even at the end, Venom was the one that held them off on that tower. Venom was the one who gave them enough space for Bocarosco Simp, for that Mia to be able to, find her position correctly, to be able to get behind it. And that was when they were winning the team fights, and every time they split up, they just fell apart. You're able to let Blazer, and Cold World is able to maneuver around, hit those dashes, and just tear apart the team. And then you have Vision for the final cleanup, or Andre coming in with that umbrella to catch someone else off guard. It just shows the slight difference of those small choices between, a good team and an amazing team.
Yeah, and then that goes to show with the experience and what you have to do. Hopefully when they're rewatching this, the Kingdom can pick apart what were their successes. There were some good fights in there for them. There were some bad fights in there, but they need to find out where those pieces fit. What was the win condition? What happened when they did win those fights? Esmeralda there, like you said. What happened when they lost those fights? Esmeralda was gone. How are you going to adjust this so that next time this macro play doesn't happen?
A good game, though, from the side of the Kingdom. Even in the end there in game 2, they were able to compete. I really believe that if they could just polish up a few things, they can end up being a great team, They're going against some more veterans players. The Simpsons have played in tournaments before. And again, the Kingdom is a newer team, still working on their roster, still working on their compositions, their formations, and they are doing decent against some of these stronger teams. Yes, they do not end in the best position on the leaderboard, but I still got to give it up to them for competing and showing that they are ready to play.
Yeah, it's a hard knock life out there, especially when you're competing in a league at this league environment. It's not like rank. It's not like just casually playing or playing with a group of friends. There needs to be organization. There needs to be the proper shot calls. There needs to be the proper macro. And they're learning, and they keep coming back. And that's the best thing, is that they keep coming back, they keep learning, and hopefully next season we're going to see them again.
Most definitely, I hope so too. Up next, though, we do have, we got another game, just like usual. We're gonna have TSU up against Deus Knights. So, I mean, let's take a quick look at the standings real fast, because I want to see something. With that game right there, the Simpsons shoot up into that sixth place spot. This puts them at 14 points. Aether Explicit still does have an opportunity to win another game and put them at 15, so there's a battle going on there. But Deus Knights only at 8 games, sitting at 10 points. If they can get this win against TSU, which is going to be a hard win, but if they can get the win, maybe even a sweep, there's an opportunity for them to come in from this rank 8 position and shoot up into the top 6 and make it to the playoffs. So the Deus Knights know that it's make or break right here.
Yeah, and especially with TSU, what we saw from those scrims 2 days ago, they are willing to go ahead and go outside the box a bit, especially with this new update. It's a game that I'm very much looking forward to. And then yeah, Deus Knights, definitely make or break time here right now for them if they have aspirations of moving up places in the league.
Most definitely. TSU though, sitting at 6-1, almost an undefeated record. The only team they lost to so far was Area 77. And what's really epic for TSU is their last game. It's literally the last game of the night too. This Sunday it's the last game of the whole season. They're going against Team Sexi, so it's definitely going to be an epic last game, and I'm excited for that this Sunday. But we do have, they still have a lot of space too to make it to that top 2 spot. If they can beat Team Sexi with a sweep, I think they'll be tied with them actually, depending on how they do in these next 2 games. If they can win these next 2 games very cleanly, it's going to catapult them up also past 20. If they can get 2 sweeps tonight, it puts them at 22 points. So they'll be tied with Area 77 and still have one more game, and that's going to be the crunch time, as you could say.
Yeah, and then especially that Team Sexy does have their match tonight too. Since there's been a lot of back and forth I've seen in the chat about Team Sexy being behind Area 77 despite their record. So it's going to be on them too of how they are able to sweep with these matches tonight.
Most definitely. We are just kind of hanging out at this point. We got a little bit of time to kill. It's only 7:20. The game is scheduled for 7:30. Priv8, how do you feel, man? How you doing?
I feel good. I'm so excited to see how these teams are doing with the new updates. I was teased a little bit to see that little Belleric, but and we did get to see a Wanwan, so I'm happy with that. But Belleric is one of those prime heroes that got changed that have been the talk of the town so far on what he's going to be able to do, and it might actually, as we start getting further into the league, into the playoffs and stuff like that, we might start seeing the fall of the marksman meta once that starts getting in place, just because of the changes to blade armor, to Belleric, to the rest of the tanks right now.
You know what I'm excited for? Because that Wanwan, no offense to the Kingdom, but it wasn't the most exciting Wanwan to watch. I'm excited to see Zia on Wanwan, and we do get to see BTK Zia play tonight, on Team Sexy, and he was tearing it up on Wanwan before. I mean, we had to make clip videos for his Wanwan specifically because it was just so vicious. I mean, killing people under the fountain as they're healing and coming back with that ultimate, just definitely terrible. So I'm excited to see someone like that who was already wowing us, now with this new and improved Wanwan, that much easier to hit the ultimate. That is going to be something scary. I don't even know if whoever they're playing against the Simpsons later tonight, I don't even know if it's going to be allowed to be put on the table.
Yeah, if I was a Simpsons, I'd probably be going ahead and taking that off the table, just because that's been one of the nightmares for me with this new patch, is that the Wan. I myself have the biggest problems playing her and trying to get those weakness stacks, but other players, even when there were 4, able to get that so quickly, and especially Zia on that Wan. I was able to watch that short that you had on the channel, and he's just a monster on Wan.
Yeah.
And now that he only has 3 weakness stacks that he needs to get, you're going to be seeing those ults faster and quicker, and just an amazing a monster pretty soon on this battlefield.
Yeah, it's gonna be scary. I think Wan's gonna start to become a major ban over the map for a lot of teams as it becomes more popular. I did see a question in the chat that I want to answer. What's the difference between the match and game tables? So match is how many series you've won, and every series is best of 3. So a match is, you know, like I said, how many series you've won, to whereas a game win and loss is how many games, like single games. So right now, Team Sexi is 8-0 in series, but they have lost 4 games out of all 8 of those series, and they've won 16 games out of all of those series. So they have lost to some teams, meaning they're not just completely invincible. I think if they were able to keep it up, they could definitely, you know, if other teams, when it comes to the playoffs, we'll see, you know, that's when it's crunch time. That's when we're playing for all the marbles here. There's no beating another team to get back in, you know. So that's when I think we're going to see a lot of things come down, you know. Insomniacs was close to beating Team Sexi. There was plenty of other teams who did good and possibly could have got the win against them. So maybe they'll learn this lesson, and only time will tell till we get to the playoffs.
Yeah, especially I believe it was Sunday's matches. Was that one with Sexy? I believe they took a loss trying out with that
Tank Fanny. Oh, they're not trying that. They've been running that now for weeks, and it is meta, man. I don't care. I thought they were trolling at first. No, Shark, that is meta when Shark's playing it. Petrified Tank Fanny is the real deal. I don't care what anyone says. I'll put my marbles on Petrified Tank Fanny on Shark all day.
Yeah, Shark, just a breakout hero in this league. From the matches I've seen, especially on. He's so fun to watch, especially with the picks. It's not just normal roam picks. He's just so versatile with what he can put into that position, and that's been one of the very exciting parts of this league for me so far.
Hold on, I had a quick ping real fast. At this point, if anyone has any questions or anything, feel free to ask. We are in a little bit of lull time, and as you know, us casters love to answer questions. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your potato, Priv8?
Not really much to tell.
Is the burn marks makeup, or like, you know, are they sideburns? Did you just fall into a grill one day?
These are tiger stripes.
Oh, tiger stripes. I'm sorry.
It's just been something I've done for a while. Just found it entertaining, and especially for my streams. It originally came out because my gameplay wasn't the greatest when I first started in Mobile Legends, and just kind of erupted from the whole me being a potato gamer, and developed from
potato gamer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Potato gamer. I feel that. I was a potato gamer once. That's why I'm a caster now. You know, for old guys like me, man, my fingers just aren't fast enough. My brain's not like a sponge anymore. I just can't keep up with some of the younger players who can play 40 hours a week, you know? But one thing I can do is cast like a god. So I found my calling here, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately, you do catch those the hereditary boomer hands.
Yeah, the boomer hands. You know, I still haven't gotten that remark yet. I've been waiting for that, you know, one of these days that I'm on Discord or something, talking to somebody or telling all these teams to get it together, and I'm just waiting for the okay boomer. And that's when I think my world will actually shatter, you know? That's when I'll really just, I don't know what to do anymore. Private, we need you to speak up a little bit. Or speak into your mark a little bit. I'm going to turn you up also. But if you can, aim your mouth towards your mic a little more.
All right, no problem.
That's nice. That's nice. That's it. How did I change? So in Discord, in a normal server, I can raise your volume.
You have to click on my picture, I believe.
But you don't have a picture.
In our call?
Yeah. Maybe if I pop it out. There we go. Check, check. Give me a mic check. Mic check.
Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3.
Hopefully that's better, guys. Hopefully that's better. Yeah, I'm like an auctioneer. Exactly. That's what I should have been. And they're coming in with the kill. Here comes TSU. Mommy all on that shark bane. Ready to get it.
Almost akin to those the announcers for the horse races.
Yeah, that too. I can do it. I mean, you put me anywhere, man. It's I'll make it work. In comes Seabiscuit. You ever watch the movie Seabiscuit? Great movie. So just to let everybody know, because we just got a question in the game chat from the teams, Yin and Xavier are banned. So is Melissa.
And that's going to pass on over into the playoffs.
That will
Correct.
pass on until the whole season's done. And then, but for the NACT, I think even Xavier will be on the playing field. I have to check the times real fast. Xavier dropped when? If he dropped on the 20th, then I think he's safe. I can't remember. I'm gonna have to look at it because it's so close. So pretty much, if a hero comes out within 2 weeks of a event starting, then they are banned for the whole event due to bugs or anything like that. We just don't want to have to deal with it. And if we're gonna ban it for the beginning, we need to ban it all the way to the end, just to not have any like unfairness or anything. Just have it be the same exact testing through the whole way. So yeah, Melissa's not allowed. Yin's not allowed. Xavier's not allowed, but coming up in this North American Community Tournament, we're definitely going to see some new heroes in the Land of Dawn.
And yeah, I'm definitely eager to see that. I always am so interested to see what players better than me are doing in the meta currently, and especially when those picks are allowed to come in. And NACT, I'm absolutely excited about, because it's been something that I know the community has been asking about. I know we've been pretty big on where is the MPL, where is the effort from Moontune, but the effort starts here with us, and I'm really happy to see NACT coming back here.
Yeah, I mean, I think with everything going on, I think we're definitely getting a bit of effort. We're seeing more and more happen, and I think it's just going to keep coming throughout this year. I think this is going to be a great year for Mobile Legends in North America. Like you said, we're not getting MPL, and that's sad, but I think depending on how things go this year, there's some huge possibilities starting next year. Right now the groundwork is being laid. Tournaments are happening, the teams are really going to start building now. Things are going to start changing here, and I think it's going to start changing for the better.
Yeah, definitely, and especially with what has been going on lately, especially with what BTK paved the way for, especially with what people like you and Dave paved the way for. So it's just an exciting time right now to be in the NA side of Mobile Legends.
It's definitely been a hell of a journey, ups and downs, but before we keep going, I did see a question, when does the match start? It's scheduled for 7:30. Deus Knights is waiting on one player. Every team has a 10-minute grace period from when their match starts before they get disqualified, but their 5th member did just show up. Do you want me to invite you to the game, Private? I never invited you after I had to restart because of the tournament lobby. I never invited you back.
There we go.
So, teams are ready to go. I'm going to see if they need a ping check. So, TSU, let's set the table here. We've already talked about both teams a little bit. TSU, the previous North American Community Tournament champions, placed top 4 in Season 1 of the NASL. They're about to start competing in Liga Latam over in Latin America against big Peruvian teams and other teams. They've been winning tournaments all around North America, and they're definitely a team to be reckoned with. They're a team that likes to break the meta a little bit, bring in some different picks, try new things consistently, and they play a lot, and they're always ready to compete. They're always another team that is always on time. Deus Knights, a bit of a not newer team. Easy Peasy's been around for a long time. He was in the. They placed top 16 in the previous North American Community Tournaments. They've been going. They've been doing well in this season so far. They have pretty much an even streak on the bracket, on the board, on the leaderboard. So this is going to be a big game for them. They're going up against such a strong team. This is the real opportunity of what we see, what they're made of here.
Yeah, and that's where you really prove your mettle, is like against those teams that are higher, are greater than you, that are better. So hopefully, and already they've shown improvement. You said that they were 16th place in the NACT last when the last kicked off. So, and they've been improving. Is what we talk about with these teams that come in, maybe not do the greatest, maybe not the top 6, but are slowly improving, learning, building things, and it just takes that consistency of coming in, showing up, and performing.
But we are going to do a ping check real fast, so you're going to hear some things happening in the background. I'm actually going to turn it down so everyone doesn't yell at me and go, "Let us see the draft! Let us..." Some people to keep our eyes on for these games. Easy Peasy, another assassin user similar to Cole World. We've seen him put amazing pressure on enemy teams with Ling. We've seen him do great on Lancelot. Those are 2 major heroes for him. So with the new Ling, that might be something to keep our eyes on tonight. You know, is TSU gonna let that on the field? TSU, on the other hand, Tamal, probably one of the top tank players. You know, I would put him right behind Shark in terms of skill. Dogtor in the gold lane, also notorious for his amazing mechanics. Mamiel, another wonderful mage player. I mean, all of them definitely carry their own, and there's never just one star. It normally swaps around between all of them. One day I'm rooting on Tamal. One game I'm just talking about how great Dogtor is doing. So you really got to keep your eyes on every player from the side of TSU.
Yeah, and then that's what just makes it still that synergy and that ability to help support those players when they are on the roll there. That makes a TSU so strong and so powerful in this league so far.
Most definitely. And I give recognition to Pika for the NACC. Don't worry, Xia. Pika's big shout out to Pika. While we have this time, let's do shout outs real quick. Big shout out to Pika, actually, for helping me reach out to a bunch of big casters and stuff. He's been sending tons of messages out for me, so thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you to all the mods. Xia in the chat right now. Keena in the chat right now. Shout out to Keena for doing some data collection this season, along with modding. Shout out to Ritz, May Sky for writing posts for the NAM Mobile Legends Discord post that we get shared for this stream, and doing VC checks. Shout out to Richie, even though I haven't seen him in a while. Shout out to Ravi for making the overlays and all that good stuff. Shout out to Mr. Sparrow for doing some of the highlight videos. And most of all, big shout out to our major sponsor this season, and that is United Farmers X. They are a cryptocurrency company that are trying to help you make some passive income. Not only that, but they are transparent, they are trustworthy, they put money into several different foundations that involve even law enforcement, and it just kind of shows that because to be able to put money into a law enforcement foundation, you have to get background checked, you have to be checked on. Not only that, but like I said, my favorite thing about them is the fact that they are transparent. They have a Discord channel that you can ask them any questions you want. If you know nothing at all about cryptocurrency, it's a great place to jump in and kind of get your footing and learn some new things. And they are sponsoring this league. They sponsored the whole prize pool, so thank thank you guys. And if any of my viewers have the time, check out their information below in the description. Their Discord link, their YouTube link, their Reddit link, all of that stuff is there. So make sure you take some time to check them out. And if you got $50 and you want to make some extra cash without doing anything, maybe invest. Anything from you, Private? Oh, and don't forget to follow Private. He streams on Twitch. He's a potato. So check him out.
Yeah, the lonely actually I do like the Twitch community over there, and that's where I met Exia as well. It's a friendly little community, and probably definitely not as big as the YouTube and Facebook, but pretty tight knit over there.
Most definitely. We are just doing a ping check right now, seeing exactly where everyone is at. Easy peasy stays lying about those ping checks, man. Like, I got 380 MS, I swear. We gotta change the server, yo. Well, we handle this real fast. We are gonna actually do a quick no, we're not. I need you talk. Give me some space, Private. I need a little bit of time to talk with these teams.
Well, I'm actually I've been just having so much fun. I'm going to tell you right now that with playing this new patch, and I'm actually eager to see what everybody else like. What is your favorite hero right now during these this patch right now? Because I'm going to tell you, I've already said the Assassin Grok. I've been waiting so long. I want to say months. Was it like M1, M2, where you even saw Grok last in the meta? And now he's back, and I have been playing the heck out of him just because he's just fun. It's unexpected to see this giant like mountain barreling for you with like 2 BODs and tons of defense and wiping people with his spin.
I mean, the fact Grok's always he's not as meta as he was like a year ago, but he's definitely been a clutch pick sometimes for a lot of tanks. An interesting pick for a lot of tanks. So I think the real question is like, are we gonna start seeing EXP lane Grok? Are we gonna start seeing some things like that jungle Grok? You know, maybe something real crazy. That's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, and it's I'm still waiting to see how the meta settles. There's still some surprise bans right now. We haven't gotten to see the Grok. We haven't gotten to see the Belleric yet, or we saw a little bit of the Wanwan, but we are waiting to see how that performs on people. Maybe a little bit more mechanically gifted on her. The Ling also got a buff a little bit, especially with the wall jump from him. I believe it's actually a longer cooldown now, but he does get that cooldown.
I am the moonlight that breaks through the dawn is banning.
Scary ban for people coming up soon too.
We are jumping back into this draft though, and I don't know if it's like your positioning or what, but your voice goes in and out on us sometimes.
We're gonna go ahead.
Mia is going to be the first ban from the side of TSU. They do have first pick, first ban, and I'm pretty sure that's a major target towards Rose. She has been a monster on this Mia to the point where a lot of teams have been banning it against the team Deus Knights recently.
Yeah, not even wanting to test out those new the blade armor and the new tanks. They're just gonna go ahead and outright ban that armor. And then of course the Eve being taken off the field, just such a presence in those team fights with that real world manipulation.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of wasn't like, she kind of crept her way back in early season. Some teams weren't risking it with her because she had that big nerf. And then once more teams started playing with her, she instantly, you know, a few days into league, she became right back into her respective position in one of those top ban circles.
Yeah, and especially because people know now, they do see how frail she can be. But so then they just go ahead and they set up that Yuzong or somebody to help to protect her while she's over there with that real world manipulation, and then she just fell right back into the meta right after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just she's not as deadly as she used to be, but I think just the fact of the range on that zoning ability, the slow, even without the ultimate, her second skill slowdown, being able to zone people off or trap people, it's just. She's a scary mage to go against currently, especially when you pin her up with something like a Kufra or a Ruby or someone that can really keep you in that real world manipulation a little bit longer than you're supposed to be.
Yeah, no, and right now looks like we have the Clint ban on the side of TSU, Esmeralda taking down for the other side here. And definitely looking forward to see how we adjust, especially TSU with what we saw from them 2 days ago. Not afraid to experiment, like you said, and we're going to go ahead and grab that first pick after Yuzong gets banned out.
Yeah, and Ziggy is going to be first pick. You know, TSU was a team we were watching as we were doing the practice scrims, and we saw some of them try some crazy things. Mamiel bringing in this Valentina this time. You know, is she going to be as devastating with it as the Simpsons were last time?
Maybe even we discussed this last time, is that they did lose the match that in the scrims that they did play with her, but still taking out about 30% damage on her. So I do see her having a big impact on this match, and there he is. I could not be more excited.
Yeah, instant pick on the field. So I'm guessing Deus Knights has been ready for this pick. You know, there was no real thought behind it. They didn't wait a lot of time. Once it was on them, we're picking up this Grok. We've been using him in rank probably, and they know how strong he is, or they know how well he's going to fit with their composition, so they are ready to run it.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, and then Fluer picking up this Kagura now too as well, and here comes the Wanwan. I'm excited. We're gonna see. I have a feeling we're gonna be seeing a lot of picks based on this new meta, or based on this new update, and especially with Wanwan. She's just been a menace. Especially me with some of the ranked matches I've been squandering in lately.
Your team is picking.
Man, TSU just looks like damage right now. I mean, Roger, Wanwan, Valentina, and what's funny is now I think with this, normally you see some more bulkier heroes up front. You see the Esmeralda come in first, or you know, maybe a Lilia or something that's, you know, not as much showing your hand. But at this point, TSU just bringing in all their big guns off the map. Like, listen, try to counter us. We're ready to go. So they bring in this, and now I'm wondering though, what is Tamal going to pick for tank? What's going to work well with this setup?
Yeah, right now they're just basically all engage. So we're gonna need to see if they have something on the side of CC and probably tanking is here to go ahead and support the immense damage that they have right now on that side.
Yeah, I think against Paquito I think against Easy Peasy on this Paquito, a Ruby may do well. Add a little bit of CC also. If Grok tries to engage, when Paquito tries to come in, you lock him up with that second skill. You know, use that I'm Offended ultimate. And it's also going to buy a bit more space for Dog Tor to work his way around. I personally think it'd be a great pick for Tamal right now.
Yeah, and that's going to be the tricky thing on the on their side here right now, is that they do have a little bit more, I want to say, disengage. Is it going to be enough to stop TSU with their push?
Yeah, I think TSU is just going to go full dive here. Just full, like, let's just get in your face. And right now you have the early game with the Roger, you know, and then you have the late game with the Wanwan. You have mid to late with that Valentina. They just look strong. And maybe if the Grok can place his walls correctly, you know, maybe he can end up being a bit of an issue for this Wanwan and her movement. And in comes the Claude on Gunzo for the gold lane. How do you feel about that, Private?
It depends on how it's played. I have never been since his nerfs and the nerfs to I think it was Demon Hunter Sword and Golden Staff. I haven't really always been a fan of the Claude picks. But and then on the side of TSU we have the Belleric, just going all out. Yep, and that might actually be a huge problem for Claude here. So we're gonna see how this goes up too, and especially right now you mentioned the wall from Grok, and I'm not sure that it's gonna have as much of a place in this match, especially with all the dashes that we have on this side. We have the Wanwan, the Roger, and the Valentina. None of them are gonna be really having an issue getting over a wall.
Yeah, this is kind of huge, you know. TSU already embracing this tank meta, bringing out the double tanks. Ziggy's gonna be in this EXP lane right now. I'm excited for this game right now. I'm very excited for the way this game is gonna go. Rose on this Xylon going to the gold lane, or no, going to the XP lane. Rose normally a gold laner, you know, picking up the Mia, picking up things like that, but they are going to switch over. But enough talk, let's jump into this game. Give me a little bit of breakdown of what you think.
Right now, I want to see how well that we can press that early game with Grok. He is very strong, and especially now that he can just stack physical damage items to build up that physical damage. But is that going to be enough to ward off from this Valentina? It looks like Roger is starting down at the bottom. A little bit of a push check there by Easy Peasy. He does go ahead and back off a bit, goes back to his blue. Just, I guess, wanted to sneak a peek there, let him know that he was watching.
I think he was maybe going for the red buff steal, but Japanese sitting at this red buff ready to go. And that right there is going to give, even though it's a few seconds, it gives Japanese a slight advantage. He should be able to jungle a little bit faster than he normally would. Hendrik all getting a little caught up here. Ziggy with the taunt. Hendrix may go down here. This could be a first blood. TSU, Japanese now in the chase, hits that wolf form. Gonna get that first blood. 1 minute down and up in the top. Make that 2 kills for TSU as Dogtor locks onto Gunzo.
Yeah, I was actually expecting Rose maybe to try and tank a few of those shots from Roger. Roger doesn't really have the damage he needs yet to actually be finishing too many people off, but it looks like Grok just overextended a little too far there and taking damage all the way back to that tower.
Oh, God. In the top lane, Dogtor gets another kill onto Gunzo. 0-2. Definitely a rough start for them. Easy peasy, though, getting a nice knockout punch onto Tamal. Not quite able to get to finish those. Tamal dashes away.
Yeah, and it just is a very dominating early game for TSU here right now. We're waiting for Team DK to kind of just get patient and reorganize here. Looks like they're
able to hit that champ stamp. Ziggy almost down, but Easy Peasy will pay the price for killing a tank. That's a jungle for a tank, and in my opinion, it's a good trade for TSU. In comes Japanese doing a little bit of damage. The ult comes from Fleur. Not enough damage, though. And now they're going to rotate over to this turtle, and I don't know if there's a lot the Deus Knights can do about it.
Yeah, not a lot here. They are starting to organize. You see Easy Peasy making his way back down, and I'm not sure if he's just going to go for his blue and let this turtle get taken. And it just seems Team DK just having a heck of a time right now, especially in all lanes right now.
Yeah, they're definitely getting beat down a little bit in this early game. At this point, you can't even contest the turtle. And the problem we're seeing from Easy Peasy is with all of the dashes from Mamiel on this Valentina, you know, he's just having trouble closing the distance, being able to get that first kill on the map. We saw him almost connect to Mamiel and get it, almost connect to Tamal and get it, but just not quite able to. In comes Mamiel, almost takes out Hendrik Lovzal though, but it is going to give Wanwan just enough space to clear in and take as much gold plating as possible, maybe even the whole tower here within 3 minutes.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they're just keeping on the pressure. Rotation, kill, and it's just not giving Team DK enough room to even to get their buffs comfortably right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting pressured in, and this is what TSU loves to do. They love to close in on that gold tower as soon as possible. First 2 or 3 minutes, take it out, and now we're going to see Dogtor rotate down, most likely even switch lanes with Ziggy as we see him moving up, and she's just going to start putting work in on the XP lane tower now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it looked like besides Paquito, that's pretty much it for the early game of Team DK right now. So they're just getting abused right now, which is basically it comes down to the experience of TSU. They saw that, they saw the early game lacking, and are just pretty much pushing their advantage right now.
Yeah, Japanese getting this Wind Talker already. First item down. Right behind Belleric, who just locked in that Dominance Ice. Going to be a nice, already starting to build up that tankiness. I'm excited to see how he plays out in the end game, but with Roger already sitting at 2-0, this is a great start for TSU Private.
Oh yeah, and Claude almost got dove on. Is able to actually to get away, thankfully, up at top. But down here at the bottom, a great set by Atlas.
Yes, Hendrik Lozal does hit that ultimate, but not quite able to get the finish. Easy peasy though, closing in. Make that a double kill. A nice response. Make it a triple. A nice response from the side of Deus Knights, but look at all the damage done to that gold lane. Gunzo just having a tough time up here.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, Claude already is not a great early game player, but right now they're just abusing him. They were able to pick off down at the bottom, but I'm not sure that's worth what they've been losing up at top so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't think it's worth it. You've lost so much. At this point, there's going to be so much macro control. Tamal, though, caught in a bit of a bad position. Easy peasy is able to get the finish. Locks on, gets that kill. A nice play for them. Back in the mid, Hendrik Lozal, Gunzo, and Fleur just trying to defend this tower and not lose any more material from the ever-pressing TSU.
Yeah, just the amount of pressure here, and they still haven't gotten their wind and their items and their scope yet of what they need to be doing here, and they're a little spread out as well. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and start mounting for the bottom lane here. Zilong actually might be in trouble.
Yeah, he is. His Mamuel sits waiting for Hendrik Lozal. Does get a little bit of poke damage. Hendrik Lozal a little low on health. Rose going down to Dogtor. And then a nice ult from Tamal to bring Hendrik Lozal right in the distance so the rest of that ultimate can finish him off. They've taken another tower. 6 minutes down, 3 towers along with it. That's 1 every 2 minutes. Down goes Mamuel, though. Easy peasy, definitely carrying the weight of this game on his shoulders.
Yeah, Japanese already 2-0, and Dogtor 3-1 on that Wan. They're just a menace right now, and there's just not much they can do. Even Zilong Rose was so far back on that tower, and still they just rushed through it and were able to burst him down.
Yeah, it's I mean, the really sad thing for the side of Deus Knights is they don't have that. I mean, yes, Gunzo on this Claude is some end game, but with where he's sitting, that is a very, very end game. Yuzong, a little bit of end game, but against 2 tanky frontliners that TSU has, he's not going to have a lot of space to move. To make him valuable at all, he's going to be having to cut angles coming around the back. So there's just no real range, big damage for Deus Knights when we get into the end game compared to Dogtor and Mamuel.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's pretty much based on them being able to hold the line. Team DK is, and unfortunately, it's not working out that way.
Yeah, and comes the team fight though. Dogtor trying to get that ultimate is going to lock it on to Hendrik Lozal, picking away with that bow. Fleur will go down next. Dogtor just trying to get away from Easy Peasy. Can he close the distance? Easy Peasy does and gets that kill, but Gunzo able to flicker out. A nice play under that tower. Ziggy keeping some distance, but look at Rose here. Over by the crab. Easy peasy re-engaging. Is going to get locked up from that Ziggy ultimate. On the chase. Will get taunted back. The back and forth right now. Rose with the flip onto Ziggy, but Easy peasy knows his target. He wants Mamuel, but she's able to dist away, create that distance, and burst him down to stop that team fight.
Yeah, that was a better fight for the side of Team DK, and it happened because they were all ready. They were all together. They weren't split up and reacting to an engagement. And it worked out very well for them.
A big ult from Tamal, but still not enough. Easy peasy does some nice damage. Able to get the kill on the Ziggy. This man, yes, they're losing. Actually, no. Deus Knights has now taken the gold lead. Yes, they're down in towers, but Easy peasy has just done such a great job at rotating around, farming around, and getting the kills when needed right now, Priv8.
Yeah, we're going to start hitting that point where they are going to start hitting that mid and late game, and this is where it's going to become a problem for TSU. You see Guns are in with an ult there, not able to actually do much, but safely gets out. We're going to start seeing the more power. Fleur is going to be able to start bursting down the heroes, so we're going to see how that starts working out right now.
Yeah, and it looks like Easy peasy for his third damage item is going to go for Hunter Strike, opting to go a lot more damage based instead of picking up any tank items. Not only that, but you got to point out how Gunzo, yes, the Claude is going to take a while, but eventually he will work well against these 2 bulkier heroes. He's good at going against bulk heroes. Back in the mid lane, we do see a nice trade for trade as Mamuel and Fleur both go down. Easy peasy once again trying to save the day, but the damage might just be too much. Dogtor dancing around trying to hit those weak points, wanting that ultimate, but not quite able to connect.
Yeah, and this is not exactly a bad trade for either. It's kind of a standstill here right now. And we are going to wait for Gunzo, and looks like they're actually going to go ahead and group here on the mid tower. I'm not sure if this is a smart play by a TSU. Oh, and Dogtor might be in trouble.
Oh, a nice dive under the tower. Rose gets the kill. A nice play from Rose. And Rose is... She did great whenever she played Mia, but she just knows that when she plays a late game here like Xylan Arena, she knows how to play safe. She's only died once, and I would say it was just because of a good gank. You know, she never really makes any huge mistakes, but look at Tamal coming in for this Lord. Is he going to get the set? Gunzo with the Blazing Duet into the field, pushing Mamiel away, securing enough space for Easy Peasy to steal that Lord, and Japanese and Dogtor off the map. Rose pushing forward. They want Tamal. Ziggy trying to defend, not quite able to get the finish, but can Rose find Tamal here? Is he in the bush? Oh my god, he gets the kill in the nick of time. Lord crashing down 3 members of TSU off the map, Private.
Yeah, such a good engagement and such a good counter there by Team BK. And now they're going to go ahead and take this mid tower. It's just... they are now starting to hit their strides, now starting to hit their power spikes. You're going to start seeing as Claude starts shredding with that ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And this is, I was worried about Claude, but for some reason it never clicked. He's so oh, wait a second, dude, it's a big damage on the Japanese. Not quite able to get the finish. Brought down to about half health, but he wants to keep pushing Fleur, sandwiching them in. Here comes the Oreo. Can he get the finish on the Japanese with the outplay? Dashes out, and it's a trade for trade as Ziggy comes in and helps out. Fleur now in a bit of a bad position, but Rose here to help out. Gets the flip onto Ziggy. In comes Easy Peasy. Can he make it easy? Stunned up, but keeps pushing. The taunt comes in, the wall comes out, and they are on the aggression as Hendrik Lazal circles around these walls, creating space and creating a present. The members going back to the base now, but Deus Knights turning this game into their hands.
Yeah, and then just that little engagement by Rose that we saw up at top, just went in there, poked Beleric, got that bait from Beleric as he charged in there while the rest of the team was able to back up Rose, and it's just a great engagement overall by Team DK.
Yeah, they have definitely they were the underdogs for the first few minutes, and now they're coming back, and it's starting to look, I'm starting to wonder, what can TSU do? Of course, they still have Dogtor for this end game. They still have Mamiel. All it takes is one big set, but as long as Deus Knights keeps playing the way they're playing, not getting too grouped up, coming in at the right moments, they definitely have an opportunity to keep this game in their hands. They just need to watch out for, one big mistake, because if they make that, TSU will capitalize.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're just kind of being held at bay right now. Hendrix is just starting to get so tanky right now, and the rest of the team and still being able to provide that front line for his team right now. A little bit of trouble in the early game, but now it's just becoming a menace. Here comes Gunzo in.
But what? You know what just killed him?
With that
Blade armor, I'm pretty sure just killed him. Blade armor, maybe I'm wrong.
Yep.
The blade armor from Beleric, nobody was doing any damage to him. There was maybe a little bit of damage done from other people, but most of that, as he was busting out shots, he was just getting melted down. That is insanity.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with that blade armor, you definitely need to have some type of regen or defense on it, or that's going to continue to happen. He just got shot.
Wait a second, Tamal with the big ult on 2 members. Gunzo and Rose go down. Hendrik Lazal does not want to stop. Easy Peasy with the immortality, able to re-engage and get a nice double kill. That is a nice play from Easy Peasy. Dog towards Ziggy, Tamal all off of the map with only Rose gone from the side of Deus Knights. They're going to keep pressing forward. Mamiel forced to use the flicker past the wall. Easy Peasy just can't connect. Japanese has to retreat as the rest of Deus Knights closes in on their second Lord for the game.
Yeah, and this might be the trouble for TSU right now. He's still able to get that pick off on Claude, but now they're just starting to lose the aggression and probably starting to have a new respect for the damage that's being put by
Yeah, that's big. Japanese decides not to close the distance. I'm glad he didn't, because Easy Peasy was ready to stop him in his tracks. But, you know, and I was worried about Easy Peasy, but honestly, with this Paquito, but he's honestly been doing a good job against these, you know, against these heavy engage heroes. He's timing his ultimate well. He's making sure he's always at the right stacks. His passive is timed so well. So he's just doing a great job at, you know, pushing them back every time they try to push in.
Yeah, and choosing his fights carefully. Not just a huge engagement. Oh, it might be in trouble now.
Kamal with a big fade of links, and in they come. Down goes Easy Peasy and Hendrik Lozal. A nice pick from TSU, and this is what I meant. This is what Deus Knights has to be careful for. Just one big play will set you behind so much in a game, and this late in the game.
That's that face check into the bush there. Alt Atlas able to get just a beautiful set on Hendrik there, and right now they turned it around here.
Yeah, TSU now taking back a bit of a push. They're going to come in onto this tower, maybe even take this tier 2. Gunzo is here. He's forced to flicker away, though. They just melt down that tower. It's 4v5, but Easy Peasy will be up in just a few seconds as TSU decides to revert back to their jungle.
Yeah, and right now they are on the back foot, but now with all, they just need to stop making mistakes right now. Team DK, having those two players out, face checking bushes, or just kind of get organized here, and they might be able to stand a chance against TSU. Like, even when that Claude got caught, it was him alone against Delaric. Just kind of stay organized, stay in the group fights, which they are winning. I think this might be a wrap for TSU.
Yeah, Hendrik Lozal caught in a bit of a bad position here. He's going to get picked off. Immortality comes up. There's no escape from that. He's going to go down all lonesome. Mamiel collects a kill. Tamal now pushing the advantage with the conceal play in that second skill. He is a fast boy. Priv8.
Yeah, and exactly what I was just mentioning, that Grok was kind of caught out of position, and this is where they're losing. They're getting picked off one by one instead of they're starting to lose the focus that they had at that mid game when they first started hitting the power spikes. They need to get back organized. Like, Grok did not have a plan. Like, that's what you need to understand, is that when you're in that bush, when you're about to gank, when you got these people, when you got the enemy coming for you, what is the plan? Is your team ready? Are they in a position to take advantage of that? And unfortunately, Team DK was not.
Yeah, and I think another thing that's making it so hard for them is Gunzo was doing a good... Ooh, wait a second. Hendrik was all back in with no plan, trying to get that bush check, not quite able to. But look at Easy Peasy and Gunzo split pushing, coming in onto this middle tower. They're going to force TSU to revert back. You want that Lord, you're going to pay with a couple towers. Rose and Gunzo also coming in, but Dogtor here to try to stop them. Tamal cutting around this up, wants to cut them off, decides to wait in this bush. I love the patience from TSU and Tamal right now, and nice. That's how you check a bush. That is how you check a bush. Just let you know, Grok.
Yeah, and you see now, even with the split up here, and this is what you need to be doing with the split up. You have one person out there baiting, as you saw up at top lane, and then at the bottom you had Rose and Easy Peasy just pushing those towers, forcing TSU to back off of the board.
Hold on, Rose may have sacrificed her life for this Lord. Will they secure it? Easy Peasy does get it. 3 Lords in a row, but Dogtor on the trail of Hendrik Lozal. The rest of the team runs away, but Hendrik Lozal will pay the price. It's a 2 for Lord trade. Is it worth it, Priv8?
It's very hard for me to say. It depends on when they're going to be back up. What do we have at the timer? 27 to 14. They might still be able to get back onto the battlefield to help support this Lord. Right now, it doesn't look like it. They're actually trying to make short work of this Lord.
Yeah, Dogtor just going to shred that down. And those are hard calls to make, you know. Go for the Lord, maybe take a death. You know, maybe it was a better plan because it buys them a bit more time in this game and relieves pressure for another minute or so.
Well, we're starting to reach the points where you can only get 6 items. You know what I mean? Like, so there's only so fed that you can get, and I think on the side of Team DK, they're already at that point. What they don't want is for this game to extend on longer, because then this becomes more of an even game. You're not overfed. You're not the ones doing more damage, and they're going to be matching items for you, and it's going to be anybody's game at that point, and you're going to lose your advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Gunzo's having a hard time. engage. I think ever since that death, that vengeance and blade armor death on him from the Belleric, now he's like, oh man, how do I even engage? And he really has to be careful about the angles he comes in from, because if a lot of that damage is getting put onto Ziggy, he's gonna go down or just be an easy target. So now it's just making it that much harder to push these fights. Towards in the middle, he was able to bring everyone down to about half health. Easy peasy, come in for the cleanup. And now you just see them, Deus Knights are just a bit more nervous to take these fights, to whereas before they were like in that mid game, like you were talking about, when they hit that spike, they were kind of, you know, they were really in their face, but now they're just playing a lot more passive than what we saw, you know, 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah, probably a little bit of Blazing Duet PTSD right now from Claude. Kind of a little bit more pickier about when he ults, and a little bit of engagement coming down the bottom.
Oh, Hendrik Lazal, not again. Not again. He is going to hit that ultimate to be able to dash away. The immortality saves his life. But he can't even bush check, right? He really can't. He needs to stop. Just stop.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the trade-off for Grok right now is that he no longer does get that magic defense from being next to walls, and not sure if Hendrik that has completely been absorbed by Hendrik with this Grok yet.
Ooh, but Ziggy, I love Rose and Easy Peasy's positioning there, waiting those bushes. They do get to pick onto Ziggy there. A nice ambush set up from Deus Knights, and that's what they need to be doing, you know? Claim a position, stop checking bush, like, you know, play the same game that TSU's playing, you know, because right now the towers are dead even. You don't need to always be the aggressor, you know, just play a patient wait, and that's what it looks like Deus Knights is starting to do, as Hendrik Lazal and Fleur sit in these bushes. Tamal with the bush check, and down in the bot, a bit of a fight between Mamiel and Easy Peasy, as Mamiel seems to be getting the better of it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we have hit that point in the game where it is about mistakes. Not just aggression, it's about mistakes. It's going to be the first person to make a mistake and give the enemy team the advantage. Oh, Gunzo.
Ooh. Not only that, Mamiel gets kill onto Gunzo. Japanese almost gets killed, but it's going to pay the price. Easy Peasy gets it. Again, carrying the weight of this game on his shoulders. 9, 2, and 8, but TSU does not care about that. They're going to rotate down, I think, and possibly start focusing on this Lord. I think they might be waiting to make sure they can get Easy Peasy off of the map first.
And yeah, right now they're in a perfect position to start with that. Unfortunately, they're probably a little hesitant to start it without Japanese on the field, so they are going to go ahead and take up the and probably start reasserting their position down here protectively around the board.
Yeah, Easy Peasy's got good retry fingers, man. He's got fast thumbs. You gotta be. I mean, I think he's been known to get some nice steals in the league, known to come in just at the right time and take a Lord. So I think they really want to make sure they either have an amazing position or they take. Oh, Mommy with another pick. She, you know, it takes a little bit of time, but definitely not as fast as it was before, but that Valentina's still very scary. Dog Tor trying to close it on further. Flame Shot comes out. Easy Peasy from a bush, though. Able to get that knockout punch onto them. Gets the Fleur actually gets the kill, and they're just stalemating right now. Just straight stalemating.
Right now, a lot of respect from both teams right now. They're getting their kill. They're not really pressing their advantage. And it's going to come down to who makes that leap after the mistakes are made. Are they after that first kill? Oh, God, Hendrix.
Oh, not again. Wait, in comes Tamal, though. Are they going to finally pick off Easy Peasy? He is on the run. Hendrik was all trying to help out, but might be a little too low health. The Champ Stamp does come out with that speed boost, so Easy Peasy's able to get away. But Fleur may pay the price. A nice flicker over and a nice disengage. Japanese does not want to give up, though. He is coming in that wolf form, but he is going to get knocked off. Easy Peasy gets the kill. Gunzo with the Blazing Duet, but just gets brought lower health than he can bring others. Easy Peasy keeps closing in, though. Able to pop that immortality on Tamal. Can he get the kill? Back and forth. Rose does get it. Deus Knights now on the chase as Ziggy is forced to run away. A nice play coming from Deus Knights, Private.
Great position right now that Team DK are in. Going to go ahead and start that Lord, and they have 2 players down on the side of TSU. It looks like this Lord, there's not really much that TSU is going to be able to do to get this Lord out. But here comes Belleric and Valentina. Looks like they're going to go ahead and give it the old college try.
Yeah, Mamiel keeping their distance. Ziggy also, the problem is there's no retribution, so they cannot contest this. Easy Peasy takes it, and Ziggy may just go down here. A nice flip up front Rose as Easy Peasy gets the kill. Ziggy pays the price. 3 members down, and look at those death counters. 50 seconds on Ziggy. this could be the game for Deus Knights right here.
Yeah, the later you get, it's those decisions that you really pay for. Was the Lord really worth going in on? You had no retribution, like you said. It was just you and Valentina, and they're like, what was going to happen there? What were you going to be able to do? There's not much you can do against the retribution when they're trying to take Lord, and now you are a player down while the Lord is crashing in at top.
Yeah, you know, you couldn't have said it better. You just leave that Lord at that point. This late in the game, you know you can't contest it. Why even try to get vision on it? You know they're going to take it and immediately close in on you. So a bad play from TSU, and that is a mistake to change it. But here comes Tamal with those fatal links with Fleur, able to second skill out, and now Tamal taking some damage from Easy Peasy. Lord has come past that inhibitor, and they're all closing in. Down goes Dogtor. Gunzo comes in with the Blazing Duets, but once again Ziggy just sending damage back, but Rose able to close in, close the distance, and take out Mamiel. She is a thing to be reckoned with currently, picking away at Ziggy. The blade armor just not enough as the Lord takes the Nexus, and game 1 goes to Deus Knights.
A very great game by both teams here, but eventually down to the end, it's about knowing your win conditions and when you need to close it up. Unfortunately, this game lasted a little longer than probably was healthy for TSU and their comp.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 1-1 is good, but I you know, it was a buff getting the 3 things, but I feel like that she took a slight nerf in damage also.
Yes,
so
she took a nerf.
I think it may have been a little too much, even though she can pop the ultimate more, at least against with them increasing the strength of some of these tanks, and increasing the strength of some of these defense items. She just isn't, you know, I was thinking she was going to be something amazing, but she really wasn't as shiny as I thought she was going to be this game.
Yeah, the weakness stacks now do less damage, and her ult lasts a few seconds shorter now. And in the early game, getting those ults off does help out. But as you start distancing yourself more into the late game, it's just not enough. And you start seeing where those nerfs are starting to hurt her.
And you know, hands down, if I had to give anyone an MVP here, it's well deserved going to Easy Peasy. That man went 11, 2, and 10. Not only that, but his mechanics that whole game, knowing when to, you know, there's several times he had maybe 10% health and decided to come back into the fight and was able to get a kill and then get away again. I mean, just knowing how far he can push his hero on that Paquito, knowing how to move in and out of these fights correctly. The man was a monster that game.
Yeah, he didn't even have much health in that second to last fight that allowed Team DK to actually get the Lord. When that engagement hit the bottom lane, he was able to dance around back and forth. Not even much health, but as soon as he saw the opening, as soon as he saw Team TSU making their retreat, that's when he started pouncing in and was able to clean up shop and allowed his team the space that they needed to go ahead and collect up that Lord for the final push.
Most definitely. Let's get back to this caster's desk now and get ready for game 2. The question is, can TSU return the favor and take this and bring it to a game 3, or does Deus Knights sweep the table, Priv8?
It's very hard to tell. That game was very much back and forth with the fights and the early to mid to late game, and then it actually came down to who was making the most mistakes. Even though Grok was getting caught out, still being able to be helped out by that Easy Peasy.
Yeah, I mean, he did a good. The Grok. I mean, I'm excited to see it keep coming. TSU does take out, even though they were the one that ran it, they know it's still a threat. They take it off the field. The Lilia also taken out from Deus Knights. I'm wondering if, are we going to keep seeing this double tank meta from TSU? Because I get what they're trying to do, but it just seems like, you know, maybe fall back to some of your more comfortable picks instead of trying something new this late in the game.
Well, I do think that they just there is they're with their position right now in the league. I think we talked about it earlier. There is the more comfortableness to be able to experiment a little, and they probably had tested out that double tank a little bit, but just did not have the I want to say the engage, a little slow back and forth. So they didn't really have the engage back and forth that they did with Claude with the Paquito and stuff. so it didn't really work too much in their favor, especially as the game started getting a little bit more.
Your team is banning.
Most definitely. We are going to see that Ling come off the field. They're really targeting Easy Peasy, but he's gone to shown that, like, you can ban out the Ling, you can ban out the Lancelot. My Paquito's still a monster, and I'm sure he has plenty of other choices up his sleeve. Do you think the Ling, with its most recent buff, do you think that's not just a respect ban to Easy Peasy, but just a ban because they think it's overpowered right now?
I do believe, I thought it was,
Your team
he
is
did
picking.
get traded a bit there. He does take a little bit longer for him to get back up on the wall, and that's always been. I think Eve is picked up on the side of DK. But like I was saying, it is a little longer for him to get back up onto the wall. As soon as he comes down, that's his weakest point, is because it used to be about 10 seconds. I think now it's about 12 or 13 before he can get back up onto the wall, and it's completely based on how well you can land. How well you can collect up those swords after the Tempest of Blades. And if Easy Peasy is as great as I've been hearing on Ling, that would be a huge problem for TSU.
Yeah, but look at this. This time TSU bringing in the Grok. This might, you wanted to see it, man. You wanted to see it, and it looks like a lot of teams are opting for it. Looks like they don't think there was a problem with that Wan, and Dogtor is also going to lock that in. Is this Grok going to make a big difference for the side of TSU?
Well, and especially right now with that Eve pickup, there's nothing that's going to be able to stop Grok if he sees Eve go for that real-world manipulation. Grok's going to be able to charge pretty much carelessly just right at her and stun her out of that.
I'm sorry, I saw a comment and it made me laugh a little bit. But I think Ziggy on this Grok. It's not Tamal. Tamal's the tank, so I'm wondering if this is actually going to end up being an EXP lane Grok like I was talking about earlier. And I definitely think it's possible with his most recent damage buff and everything. So, but not only can that be in the XP lane, the fact is that now Grok can be a nice flex pick. You can still, if TSU wants to, down the line they can swap Tamal into it and make it a tank. Or they can let Tamal pick a different tank like that and put this Ziggy in the EXP lane. I think they probably could have waited and bided a bit more time before they locked in Tamal's tank, though.
Yeah, they are obviously showing their hand a little bit, but I think that this is a little bit more geared toward Fleur and that Eve. Just a bunch of counters here for that she's letting her know that she's not gonna be safe when they do that real world manipulation.
Yeah, she's not going to stand a chance. There's nothing. They are starting to ban out some mages. But one thing else about TSU is with those two tanks picked, banning out this Lolita, my guess is they'd probably ban another tank here. You're really limiting the pool for Hendrik Livzal right now.
Yeah, and eager to see how they're going to answer with this. Is right now we do have a decent front line for Dog Tour to be able to, I guess, shine to be able to get those weakness stacks and get those that ult off, but not sure what targets or how this is going to end up here. Gunzo did pick back up that claw too. Actually, having such a I'm sold now. I wasn't before when I saw him, but now I am definitely a fan of how he performed with it. Even as passive as he got toward the mid to late game. It looks like we have a Sicilian and Karina banned out on the side of Team DK.
Your team is picking.
There it is! There it is!
This was the mid Bane that you were telling me about?
Mamiel on Mage Support Bane. My favorite pick of the season. My favorite pick of the whole season. I think it was, since the moment I saw it, I fell in love with it. And Mamiel is on it, so that is definitely a Mage Support Bane, and that thing is scary, and it's going to do wonders. I think it's going to do great against Easy Peasy right now. There's no way he's ever going to try to touch Mamiel, because that ultimate, that deadliest catch is going to come out, and it is just going to shred him apart.
Yeah, I honestly I've heard about it. I wasn't actually able to catch the games, but I'd heard it and actually tried it. Of course, I got smashed when I tried that mid Bane, but I'm very eager to see how what all the fuss is about with this mid support Bane. Raphael and Uranus being picked up on the side of Team DK. Uranus still such a strong pick in that side lane.
Oh yeah,
and especially teamed up with Raphaela. So. Not sure, especially with all that regen, not sure how what the answer is going to be on the side of TSU with this.
Well, the answer is that YSS for late game damage, I think. Not only that, but Dogtor for the damage, and then Mamiel will just have some explosive damage also in the end game. I do like Hendrik Lovzal with this Raph pick and adding that sustainability. Not only the sustainability, but it's going to add a little bit more movement speed to help Easy Peasy be even more fluent with his in and out capabilities. Like we already saw him with his micro mechanics and team fights and how great he is with that. But now with that added onto it, it's definitely going to add a whole new layer to it. The problem is can he break through the composition of TSU right now? Because I like it. You know, I think this time they brought a bit more damage. They brought a bit more of an answer to that Paquito, and maybe they do have the opportunity to take this game here.
Yeah, and the issue right now is how Yves is going to be able to perform and how she's going to be able to set up. We do have a lot of speed on the side of Raphaela and what she can provide, but that doesn't really help out too much with Yves, who's going to have to stand still, rain down her damage on them, and just kind of open herself up to pretty much a wide assortment from Bane, from the Grok, from the Kufra of ways that she can be countered.
Yeah, look at so I'm wondering if this is going to be a normal thing. Both Tamal decided to come down here and help out Dogtor, but so does Hendrik Lazal. So we're seeing a bit of a 1-2-2 composition, some real old school stuff. But this has been happening lately. I think especially with Gunzo, you know, or with Dogtor having not the most amazing game last time. They really want to make sure that he can scale correctly and get the advantage. So we might see Tamal hugging this lane a lot in the early game here.
Yeah, especially with how I don't want to say awful, just how slow. Oh God, it's Tamal coming in.
Yeah,
on the Gonzo.
Gunzo forced to flicker, is able to dodge it, but he is low health. He's gonna be pushed back, and Tamal is not leaving just yet. He's staying. He's like, listen, I'm gonna give you hell, Gunzo. I'm gonna give him hell.
Yeah, and as I was saying, like they're both. Oh my God, again, Tamal.
Anytime you step out of that tower, I'm just gonna sit at this bush at this corner, and every time you take 3 steps out, I'm knocking you up.
Yeah, and now he's turning around back, probably gonna go ahead and try to get Gonzo out. Nope, not able to. But just both of these marksmen, this might be a reason for the tanks staying up in there. Both of these marksmen do have a very slow start, very really coming to play mid to late game. Mamiel down here,
yeah,
putting a little bit of harassment.
Once again, TSU coming in. Hendrik Lazal will take some damage, taken out. Mamiel gets the kill, and this is the signature for TSU, man. Like I say it every time they play because they do it every time. Focus the gold lane, melt down that tower as fast as possible, so we can rotate Dogtor around the map.
Yeah, and just a great game sense by them too. As soon as they were put down and had to recover back in base, they just started moving towards it. And Gunzo and Hendrix and the rest of Team DK are going to go ahead and take this forward. But it's starting to look like a very familiar start for TSU that we've come to see throughout the league.
Yeah, you know, it's a big, you know what I think is a big debate right now? You know, do you think the trade that TSU has been deciding to do, you know, they trade that gold tower for the turtle in the first 2 minutes. Do you think it's worth it?
It depends on what you do with that turtle buff. Are you going to go ahead and engage? Are you going to go ahead and make something else happen? Because what you've done at the top is you've lost a lot of gold, and you've also lost that tower, which opens up that map. You can see right now, Wan and Cooper are actually pretty deep on the jungle side of Team DK.
Yeah, not only that, like they lost a turtle, but they have a nice gold lead right now, 1,000. We're only 3 minutes in. So yeah, tower's gone. They've taken a nice gold lead. They got first blood by focusing on that top lane so hard. And I think you know, other teams, that strategy works the first game sometimes, but I'm surprised Deus Knights didn't see it coming a bit harder, and they still opted to focus on the turtle and lose that tower. But in comes real manipulation. Mamiel forced to flicker out, does use that deadly catch, able to hit that second seal, get enough sustainability to get away. Easy peasy, now caught in the crossfire of Dogtor, but able to also get away. A nice disengage from both teams.
Yeah, and right now we're starting to see just how much these picks are hurting. Uranus up at the top, cutting lane pretty deep, might actually be a little bit of a mistake, but he's pretty much known for just that ruthless and selfless, just throwing himself up there to get those cuts in the lane, and that's what makes him such a great XP laner as well.
Yeah, his ability, I mean, he's so hard to kill, even in the early game. Ziggy, though, maybe caught off, forced to flicker and use that ultimate just to get away. Easy peasy decides not to run in. Mamiel continuing to be a nuisance in this mid lane right now. A nice deadly catch, but the damage still isn't quite there, but it's pretty nice. Taking Rose to about half health. In comes Samal, misses the knockup. Rose continue with the harassment. This turtle, TSU does want to take, as Gunzo keeps his distance, ready with that blazing duet. YSS is able to get it with the retry, though, and there's not much that Deus Knights can do about it.
Yeah, it looked like they were kind of caught a little split there, just splitting up their priorities between mid lane.
Dogtor goes down. Out comes real manipulation. Easy peasy on the chase, and they just sat in that bush and let that holy baptism stun them. I mean, maybe they didn't think she had the ultimate ready to go. I don't know.
I thought maybe they just were going to take it and hope that she didn't really think that they were in there, or tried to get a little fake out there, but it does cost them in the end.
Yeah, so as we're creeping into the 5-minute mark, let's take a quick look at these items, see where everyone's at. I know you got your phone ahead, so if you really need to see them, give us a little breakdown.
Well, we do see that Claude has already picked up that Demon Hunter sword. Going to be able to start shredding onto Kufra and Brock. It's going to take I'm still waiting to see how well it's as far as the items are concerned. I mean, not a bad state for both teams, but it's going to come down to positioning right now. Just because we are waiting to see how well Eve can perform here to get that real world manipulation out to help out the team. Looks like Ziggy actually might be in trouble.
Yeah, he does get knocked up from that knockout punch. Shies hit the wall one last second, but is taken out from Gunzo. And now they're going to finally take their first tower in the game. But up in the top, down goes Rose. So it's, again, TSU always answering back. Not only that, but they have a nice wave, and they are going to close in onto this tower. Fleur on her own trying to defend, does get knocked up from Tamal, so that real manipulation does not connect, and they're going to take that tower.
Yeah, like I said, it's going to come down to how well she can position. Early game, she was able to get one off without the team being able to answer, but it looks like now they're pretty much ready. Ziggy even picking up that early Athena shield, basically covering up one of the biggest holes in Brock's build right now. Which is that magic damage and the magic.
Here comes the fight, though. Ziggy closing in. Blazing Duet's not quite able to finish. Nothing major. I thought they were really going to push. Guess they didn't have the wave back onto this turtle. Mamiel still taking her time, but sitting at 1-0. And I'm telling, in another 3 minutes, the fact that she hasn't had a death yet, the fact that many members of TSU have not had a death yet is going to be rough for Deus Knights.
Yeah, already starting to expand open. Keep that gold lead at about 1,000, and it's going to just get worse as the matches go on. Here, you're going to start getting more tankiness out of the Grok and the Kufra, and just more damage out of Mamiel with that. And just picking up the Lightning Truncheon now. So when that ult does come out, you're going to start seeing some bodies drop.
Dogtor with that crossbow able to land on, easy peasy, taken out. And this is the moment I think that they're really going to push in. They have the wave. Mamiel has that deadly catch ready to go, forcing everyone away from that tower. Able to open up space, but in comes the blazing duet. Tamal with the Tyrant's Rage, but will get taken out. So it's a 1-for-1 trade on the board currently. TSU deciding to disengage. Hendrik Lavzal keeping distance, but letting them know that I know you're in that bush.
Yeah, a very good read by Team T Gate there. As soon as they saw that Mamiel was coming up, they didn't stay in front of the tower. They didn't try to protect it. They flanked around the left side of that bush, and as soon as Deadly Catch went out, they all engaged from the side there, and pretty much made a useless ult for Bane and cost his team a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna keep, at this point, Mamiel's just gonna keep doing a bit damage to that tower. It's not, you know, it's not exactly meant for them. It's meant to just keep chipping away. Chip away, chip away. When that deadly catch is really gonna come in clutch when we get into these big 5v5 brawls, and they try to come in, and this was Tamal taking way too much damage, tries to get the set, but pays the price, caught in that real manipulation, is taken out from Fleur. Now Rose trying to push forward a bit tankier than she was earlier, and is gonna be able to create space for the rest of her team.
Yeah, it looked like they punished them all and they got a little over.
One more and you'll have it. One more.
It's basically his only purpose here. Just getting that cooldown, throwing out another deadly catch, just slowly ticking away at it. And what do you do against that right now?
Nothing. And the sustainability too, like you get that second skill heal because you're deciding to go for mage. So Mamiel's just so good at getting away. You get the speed up. Easy peasy tries to close the distance, just isn't able to. We may see a bit of a fight though coming here. Dogtor trying to lock into Rose. One more shot and that tower goes down. Anyone can probably just walk up and take it. Gunzo though, pushing the distance. Finally Mamiel gets caught off. Easy peasy gets the kill. Gunzo brings out the Daisy Blood. Dogtor trying to lock onto Rose. Hits that ultimate, but it's not going to be enough damage. The Holy Baptism comes down, locks her up, and easy peasy gets a kill. Deus Knights will go on to this Lord uncontested.
Yeah, and very patient by Fleur too. I was actually waiting for a real world manipulation. All the ults were down for Team TSU here, and still just being patient. Doesn't even really need to use it. Here it comes out.
Oh, and make sure she does it at the right time. Tamal and Japanese will possibly have the price. Tamal able to flicker out though. Will they get the chase? Trying to close the distance. Tamal does bite the bullet. Ziggy may be next. In comes that deadly catch to force them away and defend Ziggy at all costs.
Yeah, and right now, just what Bane is doing to that mid tower is what Team DK is kind of doing around the map. Just slowly chipping away at these towers, pressing their advantage and backing up when TSU comes back in to engage.
Yeah, DK once again coming in, you know, after this 10-minute mark, hitting that mid-game spike, that mid-game pace and flow. Easy peasy starting to become a little on fire, just like before, sitting at 2-1. Not as high as he was last time, but still holding his own in these fights right now, Private.
Yeah, and Lord is going ahead and pushing bottom. They are pretty much opening up this entire map right now, and basically just having their way. I'm waiting to see what the answer is on TSU here. They do have the engage. They do have the distance closing potential, but they're not using it.
Mamiel goes down. The damage still just isn't there. It's taking a little bit more time to scale this game. Gunzo coming around the side with the Blazing Duet. Japanese may go down here. He's under the tower, doing his shots. Flickers out just in time and gets the kill on a Japanese. Tamal will go down next. Lord crashing in. A nice wall placement, but it's not gonna. What is going on there?
Oh, Lord.
Dance, but they're now on the inhibitor. Dogtor and Ziggy all alone trying to bend. Will Deus Knights make this a clean sweep? Easy peasy closing it on to Ziggy. Another wall comes out, but Dogtor bites a bullet. Lord on the base with 2 Canyon minions. Out comes the deadly catch, pushing them back. Another wave of minions crashes in. The base hanging on by a thread, but it will go down. And Deus Knights clean sweep TSU.
Yeah, not even what I expected there. Even Eve wasn't just wasn't really a major player there, but they ended up closing in the distance anyway. Just an amazing game played by Team DK here.
Yeah.
And of course,
amazing 2 games.
Yeah, 2 games, especially easy peasy, kind of pretty much pulling his weight again here.
Yeah, the man is definitely a monster on that Paquito. But not only that, Gunzo did a much better, you know, I think the first game, a little rusty, maybe some nerves. That Belleric, this game, though, just coming in and really holding his own. He didn't have those early game deaths like he did last time. He was able to really take off a lot earlier, and that mid-game spike just came so much harder. So the question is, was TSU just practicing some new things? Either way, they took the loss there, and honestly, they took it hard. Deus Knights kind of just obliterated them.
Yeah, and it did seem like a lot of the team fights, they were kind of caught out of position. I didn't see the synergy in their abilities like I would have wanted to with that Grok and that Kufra ult. alts, and then that with Bane's alts. And then a good point about Gunzo that you brought up is that he didn't die. He did back up, even though they were able to take that early tower. He backed up smartly and was able to get fed earlier here. So there wasn't much that the side of Ziggy and them weren't actually even able to get that blade armor yet, or to be able to counter him. So he was able to get that little pop off, and then they were actually able to push their advantage quicker and close this game fairly early with 11-46.
You know, something I wanted to look at this time, I wanted to look over the gold spread, but it seems my tournament lobby doesn't want to work and give me the graph right now.
I see it.
There
a
it
bit.
is. There it is. It's just really
small.
Why is it so small? What is that? I guess it's because it never looks like that. That makes no sense. Anyways, yeah, I was gonna. But you know, what I want to talk about though is Deus Knights. You know, a lot of teams have their moments in games that they are strong, that they are weak. TSU normally always has a nice early game. Brotherhood is a team that has a strong early game. The Simpsons normally carry themselves with a strong early game, along with many other teams. But Deus Knights seems to really be shining currently in that mid game. If they can just give themselves enough space and not fall too far behind, they know how to take control of that mid game, and I'm wondering if that's going to end up kind of being a signature thing for them. You know, is that going to also be a counter? You know, do you really just need to push hard on them in the early, not let them get that mid game spike, and just sweep through them? Is that the kink in their armor that you need to find to beat them? I mean, we'll see as they move forward. They have taken a nice sweep here. This is going to push them closer to that number 6 spot, and you know, possibly right now they are vying against the Simpsons in Aether Explicit.
Yeah, and that's something akin to not exactly, but akin to like how BTK is. They don't always have the greatest starts, but the minute you make a mistake, they pounce, and then they keep on that pressure. And that's the same thing that happened with that last game. They just waited for a mistake to be made, kept on that pressure, kept on pushing, and were able to get the win there. It comes down to the composure that you can have during early game, to know that losing that tower isn't the end of the world. Or getting those deaths early game aren't the end of the world. To know your win condition and be patient and wait for those mistakes to be made by the enemy team.
Most definitely. So we're taking a look at the standing boards right now because we have some time to kill. 9 o'clock is when the next game is scheduled. I'm going to see if the Simpsons are willing to play a little bit earlier. TSU will be up again, so no excuse. They are warmed up, ready to go. But I want to talk about Deus Knights for a second. This puts them at 13 points. The Simpsons just sweeped their game, so they're sitting at 14 points. And right now, Deus Knights sitting at the number 7 spot, technically. This is crucial whether the Simpsons win this game against TSU or not. Because if they lose it, Deus Knights, they have one more game to get themselves back in, but Deus Knights also have one more game. So it's really up in the air. These games matter so much for these two teams. Not only that, but Aether Explicit games matters so much. Depending on how well TSU plays in this next one, is going to be deciding on who's going to make it to the playoffs this season.
Yeah, and it comes down to that mental fortitude as well. You just had TSU just got swept here. Is that going to be a factor as they go ahead and play the Simpsons again? Is that the next match? Yes, yeah.
Yes, that is.
So is that going to be a factor? Are they going to come in hard at the Simpsons, not wanting to give another victory off?
I mean, so TSU maybe again, like maybe it's the Simpsons' lucky day, and TSU just wants to keep trying these new things because they know they're good at this point. I think. Well, no, they do need to win at least one more game because they're only at 16. So, I mean, if the Simpsons sweeps them right now, the Simpsons goes above TSU, you know? And yes, TSU has one more game after this, but it's against Team Sexi. So, they need to be careful. They could possibly drop out of the playoffs if they lose. If they get swept these next two games, it's scary for them.
think you just ensured that TSU's not going to be making any testings for this next round.
Yeah,
if they didn't realize it before, they do now.
Yeah, they need to they got to do something here, because their last game is, again, it's against Team Sexi, and I don't think that's not going to be an easy one at all. And if Deus Knights they just swept, or no, yeah, they just swept, so they're at 13. If they sweep another game, they're at 16, so they'd actually be tied with TSU, and it would come down to overall score, I guess. So maybe TSU would still hold it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't want to think too much about numbers right now. Now I'm really like getting too deep into this. Let's get back to the caster's desk. As we wait for this game, a message has been sent to the Simpsons to see if they're willing to go. Oh wait, is it not the Simpsons? My bad. It's the Valley. Oh. Sorry. My bad. Let's see if the Valley's ready to play.
The Simpsons are facing Sexi.
That's what it is. Sexy. Oh, they're screwed. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Let's see if the Valley can go now. Let's try to get this out of them. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Listen, I got a lot of stuff to look at once, and, you know, stuff happens. If anyone wants to come and whisper, be the person that's like, up next is this. You know,
Yeah.
You know the line guy in the play that, like, feeds you your lines whenever you forget? Yeah. There you go.
And then you're trying to translate what they're saying. Sexy. Thank you.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Anyways, who's up next? So next up, we do have the Valley against TSU, which this, TSU better bring their freaking A game. I want to see an exciting match. This is, like, TSU's really been kind of screwing around with my emotions lately. They're supposed to be a team that gives us some crazy matches, and, like, every time they go up against some team that's like highly anticipated, they kind of throw. And again, I don't know if it's just because they know they have a spot guaranteed, or if they're just not on their A game the past 2 weeks. But they're going up against the Valley right now. This is supposed to be like a playoffs type game. This should be best of 3. So we better see something epic here.
Yeah, and it might also come down to either nerves or just that those impressive teams are exposing the kinks in the gameplay of TSU. Like as you can see, like they obviously do have some things to be working on. They just got swept by Team DK, and we saw a lot of mistakes made in their first game. Second game, they just it was so quick at how fast they lost their advantage and then couldn't rebound back. And I think that was one of the major stories of the last series that we just saw, is that they while Team DK was able to take those hits, able to kind of like keep their composure, keep calm, and just wait for a mistake, it seemed like when TSU was on that side, was the ones taking those hits, they were kind of frazzled and just couldn't recover fast enough before they had the enemy at their doors. Yeah. So TSU needs, I mean, I don't know, they need to definitely do something different this game. They need to either fix up their compositions or polish it up in time, because the Valley is not going to come playing. The Valley, you know, they're a strong team. They're not someone to be reckoned with. Of course, they're not the top of the leaderboard right now, but they definitely are an aggressive team. They are not a mid-game team. You know, they are definitely, we're going to get in your face. If you give us the right picks, we are going to push in as hard as possible and try not to give you any space to breathe. Yeah, and I think here we're probably going to end up seeing probably a little bit more comfort picks on the side of TSU. They did have a chance to go ahead and experiment, but then that comes into play. Is it them experimenting, or is this just the woes of the new patch right now? Is it just a lot to take in and a lot for teams to adjust to? And I guess we're going to find that out, especially against a very solid team like the Valley.
Now, only time will tell. I'm guessing we are going to be waiting for 9, so we're going to take a quick 10-minute break before this game starts, jump it over to the waiting screen, let Priv8 use the... do potatoes use the bathroom? Anyways, let Priv8 do whatever he needs to do for a second. I'm going to use the bathroom real fast, grab some more water, all that good stuff, and we will be back in about 10 minutes, back on, getting ready for TSU vs The Valley.
Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. done to me. To me. On your knees and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me.
All right, we are back. The smiling potato. We are back. The teams are joining the tourney lobby now, so we're going to be jumping into this game very, very shortly. Max 10 minutes. For anyone that hung out, I appreciate it. And don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button, guys. There's a lot of y'all that aren't doing it. I don't appreciate that. You know, shouldn't be, it's not hard to do. It's not hard to do. And if you're really feeling crazy, you're really feeling supportive tonight, make sure you hit that share button. Share it, send it to your moms, text them, you know, tell them there's a potato on screen. It's crazy. Talking potato, never in my life. So we're just waiting for these teams to jump in. Are you ready for this game, Private? Are you ready?
I am. I'm excited. I want to see that these are both two very skilled teams. Not that the past teams weren't, but we're starting to enter another tier in the skill level.
Oh yeah,
I'm excited to see, especially with this new. Like I said, I keep pumping it out. I keep simping about this. The new meta. It's one of the things that really excites me about Mobile Legends is the changes, when the changes happen. Because yeah, the old updates do get stale after a while, and I love these giant leaps to see.
Talking to your mic.
Oh, sorry. I just like seeing the changes that come along with it, and how people are able to how do you say, abuse these new updates, these new heroes, these new items and stuff like that. Just like we saw with Claude, that was so entertaining.
Oh my god, just wiped out from the Belleric, pure insanity. Like once it happened, I was like, you know what just happened, right? You know what just killed him, right? It wasn't anyone attacking him. He murked himself. What in the gosh darn?
Yeah, just things like that are just so. It's why I love watching higher tier play with a lot of these characters and these players.
Most definitely, and it's also looking like it may be a problem for TSU, like, trying to adapt a little too hard, maybe, trying to change up a little too fast, and when a big patch like this comes through towards the end of a season like this, like, you don't want to fall behind. That's one thing you definitely don't want. And maybe it's good that TSU is doing this now, working out the growing pains, jumping right into this new meta. Maybe in another week or two they'll be ahead of the game, but you also don't want to dive in too head first. Other teams still staying with some of the same comfortable picks from before the patch and doing well with it. So, you know, will this be the downfall of TSU for the rest of the season, or is it going to be something that when it comes to playoffs puts them a little bit ahead of everybody else?
I think that they're just a little. They got a little complacent, especially with the new buff. They did want to the new update. They did want to try some things. They did want to kind of like go outside the box, and we saw that even with the scrims, which I believe they went 1-1 with
First Blood, another team not in the league right now.
Yeah, and so I think that's what I was saying before. I think we're going to see a little bit more comfort picks here, probably tone down some of the outside picks, or I mean, or they're just going to go wild with it. And, but this is, you were saying before, this is not the team to.
This is definitely not the team they want to mess with, and they're running out of, like, they need to be careful here. Because, like I said, there's some hungry teams sitting in that 6, 7, and 8 spot that are ready to take advantage of you know, trying new things and booting you out of the playoffs. So TSU needs at least 1 point to keep their spot. They need at least 1 win. So if they don't get that here, it's only going to get harder from here, because I'll be gone darned if I don't think Team Sexi is a bit of a better team than the Valley right now. At least what they've been showing. The Team Sexi, though, also with a secret spot, may troll too, may mess around, but I don't know. TSU needs to step it up here and at least get a win here. A lot of people saying things like, it looks like TSU's on their decline. It looks like TSU is messing up. You know, what's going on with them? I've said it myself when I saw them first start kind of losing some games. You know, a lot of us really hyped them up for this season, and as the season has progressed, it seems they've been taking more and more and more losses. So the question is will they tighten it up here and beat the Valley, or are they going to get swept?
Yeah, and it's just an unfortunate position, especially right here at the end of the regular season here, or not the season of the league, to have to be confronted with this new patch and all the changes and things like that. And like I said before, it comes down to adaptability. Are you going to be able to adapt to the patch? And right now, it seems like you said that they were actually forcing a little bit too much into this new meta, testing out things, or maybe going on things that they weren't actually very sharp at. And right here, and being punished for it, being punished, those little mistakes are things that teams aren't going to let slide. And you saw that with Team DK. Team DK just 110%, just ready, patient, and willing to do what it took to lure in TSU with a lot of those fights, and to ultimately get the victories over them. So I do think that TSU is not sure big on the history, but I have seen the skill level from the last few games, or the days that have been here from the last 2 weeks, and they are very skilled. So I doubt that we're going to see them make too many more mistakes. I think that we're going to see them tighten up, especially as they're going to come to meet the challenge that is the Valley. And yeah, I'm going to be excited to see that. So
there's a few things we have to point out when looking at the Valley. Gosu Yujin on Selena. Every team has banned it against her, and when they don't and he gets it, I think it's got a 100% win rate right now. Every time Yujin uses that Selena, they stomp. And it just gives them more space to be even more aggressive in the way they are. We need to watch for Uzi in this gold lane, using things like Brody. I mean, the man's a monster with Brody. The man's a monster with a lot of marksmen. So it's something we also need to keep our eyes out for. And from TSU, we know some of their picks. And at this point, I'm wondering, like, what do I need to keep my eyes out for on them? Because they're not really shining, and they're bringing in so many new picks, so many different things that I don't even know TSU anymore. I don't even know them.
Well, it's that age-old proverb about just how many different moves you have, and just being a master of one. There is something to be said about flexibility, but then there is also something to be said about being incredibly proficient on those specific heroes. And like you said, you can mention off a few for the team of the Valley, and TSU is still kind of like expanding their pool rather than kind of sharpening the blade on those few heroes that they're doing well on.
Most definitely. We are closing in to the end of this wait now, though. Valley just waiting on 2 teammates or 1 teammate. They do have 2 minutes, so they need to get these people in here or it will be a FF. Hopefully we don't see that tonight. Press F in the chat. Let us know in the chat who you guys think is going to win. We have put up a poll. The Valley sitting at 64% right now, looking strong. I won't tell you who I voted for. You don't, but you should definitely tell me who you did. I think it's going to be a great game. I think these are the games I wait for. These are the games I love to cast, and it's already been an exciting night, even with the loss of TSU earlier. But the first game, a lot of fun tonight. But the thing is, we haven't seen any best of 3s yet. Is this going to be the one?
Yeah, and I'm hoping to see that too here, especially with the Valley. Just such very already established players on that team, and that's what I was saying before. Is TSU gonna step up? Are they those type of players that when they see like a challenger or something that's huge in front of them, that they grow to meet it? You know, like the
Are they gonna pull a Goku?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Man, I'm starting to worry now. We got 1 minute.
Uh-oh.
The Valley's known for really trying my patience sometimes and like waiting till the yeah. We'll be there in a second. We'll be there in a second. They're like they're the cool kids who show up to the party late every time. You know, that's the Valley. If I had to like define the Valley as a certain as anything, I would say they're the kids who always showed up to the party an hour late. Totally.
It shows me in the lobby, but I'm not actually in the lobby, which I'm really confused about.
Probably return. Here comes Guapsy, just waiting on Arvel. Oh.
Just waiting to letting that timer run down to the last minute.
They definitely are. Looks like Eugen's just left to probably call the other member, like, where the hell are you, bro?
Drag them out of bed.
Yeah. Literally walk down the street, grab them. I don't put it against TSU to let them take the forfeit either. Sometimes I'll leave it up to the 2 teams because I don't want to put the stream on an hour and a half wait, you know? I'll be like, listen, can we just play? What's the deal? TSU might be calling GG. We're at 9-11 now.
And that was supposed to be 9-10?
9-10 is the call off. We're going to leave it up to TSU at this point. I'm going to send them a message real fast.
An amazing standoff by TSU here, able to capture the victory. Not a problem. Looks like we have Eugen back here, and we are waiting on whom?
The GG question marks come out from the side of TSU.
He's coming. He just needs directions. Maybe.
What happens here?
Pull it up 3 minutes. I can see him.
I swear, he's hitting the corner right now. He's at the light, yo. He's at the light. He's at the light. This is giving me PTSD. All those girls that stood me up.
Oh, Jesus. Why?
Floating potato. The Potato. If you're just coming in, guys, welcome to the North American Squad League. Make sure you check us out. We have all of our, we're also trying to grow in other places currently, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, other places. So make sure you follow those pages too if you got the time. Follow casters. If you type in ! caster, you will see Priv8 Dancer's Twitch page along. It is also in the description, so you can find it that way. Make sure you shoot him a follow. Check him out next time he live streams. As you can see, he's a lot of fun. Please, TSU, no GG. I want to watch the floating potato.
So if this does happen,
we'll go to a waiting screen. I don't know if I can convince the next team. I can't force. So here's the deal. There's a schedule, and I can't like just be like, hey, you guys are playing now. Like, you might have planned work around this or planned time with your family around this. So it just kind of depends. I can ask them to move up, but if the team next does not want to move up, then
the audacity.
then we will not move them.
It's okay. I've gotten COVID and ghosted by a guy before at the same time. That's kind of hurtful, Emily. Yep. Yep. Oh, wow.
Let's see if TSU wants to stop. We'll see. I would like to show a game and not go on a waiting screen for 45 minutes, so again, it's up to TSU.
Oh, this is not their usual...
No, this is a sub, so...
Is Masha meta right now?
It's Masha meta right now. She might be. She might be. There was a... That Masha was mean earlier from the side of... what was it? Deus Knights that played her?
Yeah, just given the business wasn't it? Given the business to Esmeralda. Esmeralda is such a strong solo laner there too. It's kind of something I've scribbled down in my notes to test out.
Baga. All right, I think TSU is leaving.
Okay.
I think we're calling it.
Unfortunately. That's kind of like something to be said about, we were talking about it earlier, those teams that show up on time and come prepared for business.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like we just watched this happen with Evos.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Okay, so now I need a little bit of time to figure out. So the Valley takes the forfeit because they were 15 minutes late to their game. They even get a 10-minute grace period. So the Valley will take the forfeit on that and lose. TSU gets 3 points for that game. The Valley is not playing tonight. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. I mean, I understand that things happen, life happens, and people might not be in the right state. But is that really fair to the other come here on time and ready to play.
Yeah, I mean it's the, and not only that, but like I also have a schedule that I have to run. And like if I was to start this game now at 9:20, that means the 10 o'clock people are gonna have to wait till like 10:30, 10:40 until they can play their game. It's a you know, it affects not just TSU, but it affects the next two teams that have to play. It affects everybody.
Yeah, and at around 11 o'clock, this potato starts to wilt.
Yeah, it does. It starts to blister. It starts to grow eyes and roots out of it. It gets really rough. It's not a good sight. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm sorry guys, is we're going to try to bring out Team Sexi a bit earlier. I'm going to put back up the waiting screen because I have to do some typing and some calling to teams and see exactly what can happen here. Thank you guys. We hope to see you soon.
Cheers.
Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? Ooh, how could you be so
And we are back. You know, it's always sad to see something like that happen. The Valley pulling a real Team Evos there. You know, traffic's rough sometimes. You don't always make it to your games, and they were not able to get the full 5 men. We even tried to buy them a little time. TSU even gave them an extra 5 minutes, and they just weren't able to pull it together. So the Valley did take a loss, though. For those of you just coming in, the Valley will lose that game to TSU 0-2. You know, in events like this, there's not much we can do. I can't just keep pushing the times back, and we left it up to TSU, and they decided that, you know, they also have lives and things to do. So TSU takes the loss. But now, with the time that has passed, Valley takes the loss. My bad. The Valley takes the loss. And with that, those number 6 and 5 spots are looking juicy on the leaderboard right now. Deus Knights, Aether Explicit, and the Simpsons now have a very strong opportunity to possibly, you know, maybe even 2 teams can steal one of those spots away. We'll take a look at the standing boards in just a second. But right now, up next, we do have Team Sexi versus the Simpsons. This is an important game for the Simpsons. Team Sexi, not so much, but for the Simpsons, this is one of the most important games of the season right here.
Yeah, and just a little bit of it's going to be an uphill battle for the Simpsons here, especially going against a team that is just as dominating out there as Team Sexi has been. Not only that, we do have a new meta. We can see Simpsons struggle a bit here earlier, but like I said, it's all on the Simpsons. It's all on what they can do here, and when you're going up against a team like Team Sexi, it's these matches are actually what prove your mettle, what you can do, how you can maintain your composure, and whether you win or lose, it's what you kind of take away from these matches. That is so important.
I hate Team Sexi. I'm sorry. I hate Team Sexi so much. I hate them so much. All right. Team Sexi really taking advantage right now. So we got some new players on Team Sexi tonight. It looks like we have some guest stars coming in right now. Looks like we have some, some big stars coming in. I'll let you guys see for yourself whenever we jump into the draft. We're not going to talk about it, but yeah. So let's take a quick look at the standing boards real fast while we're letting these teams pile up into the lobby. So currently, the Simpsons just played a game and put them at 8 games. They have this game, which puts them at 9 games. And then next week, they will go up against the Valley. Now, that is going to be a huge game. I just thought about how important that game next week is going to be. So the Valley and so the Simpsons are sitting at 14. It says 11 points, but they just swept the Kingdom. So they're sitting at 14 points, putting them in the number 6 spot ahead of Aether Explicit, right behind the Valley, right? Now, let's just set the playing field. So next week, the Simpsons and the Valley will go up against each other for their last game. If the Valley loses this, they will be sitting on the number 6 spot, and it will be open pickings for either Aether Explicit or Deus Knights to win, but to win with a clean sweep and kick them out of the playoffs. So, I mean, this game right here, very important for the Simpsons, along with their game against the Valley. They need to win something. Technically, the Simpsons does have the spot, but I got a feeling that whoever ends up in that number 6 position and not the number 5 may just lose their spot to Deus Knights or Aether Explicit. So, a lot is on the line, and you know, season 1, it was a pretty clean board overall. We all kind of knew who was going to make it to the top 4, but as we come down to these final 2 days, I had a feeling it was going to be up in the air, and it definitely is right now.
Yeah, and especially Deus Knights that we just got done watching before the break, just showing how hungry and how well and prepared that they were, and with what I want to believe is the upset over TSU with that sweep.
Most definitely. I mean, I think if team, you know, there's just so much right now. If sorry, I had to mute the cam girls. They keep jumping in the chat. The hot girls and boys video chat. And boys. We're not a sexist hot cam chat at all.
Equal opportunity.
Equal opportunities for everybody. I should get them to sponsor the league, man. I won't mute them all the time. Just throw $1,000 our way, and you can fucking spam the hell out of there. Whatever. I'll even shout you guys out. No, I got Haji. I hate Team Sexy so much. Looks like we might just let y'all know we got quite the crew coming in.
Yes.
Quite the team for Team Sexy right now. We're having a couple roster changes, a couple
apparently.
organizations getting involved. It's gonna be an epic game, guys. It's gonna be real epic.
A couple of very expensive flights happened apparently overnight.
I don't want to say it yet because we're just going to leave it as a surprise. That's what we're going to do. We're leaving it as a surprise for the viewers to see how Team Sexy is, who the new Team Sexy is. No, it's not Mo Bazane. That would be cool, but it's not.
We're still waiting on one. They decide. Just throw something random in there.
I know who's there. You don't know who's here at all. I promise you. Maybe you do. Maybe you have all of Team Sexy on your friends list and you know what they're doing. So the question is right now, Private, can the Simpsons make the upset of the season and beat Team Sexy? Do they have what it takes to beat the undefeated team right now?
If they want to succeed where other teams have failed, it's going to have to come down. One of the weaknesses I have seen on a team on The Simpsons is your early and late game. You can't just go either or. You're going to have a collective so that you're not losing either part of the game. You have when these characters start falling off, these groups of your characters start coming online. Also with the group synergy, you're going to have to be there. There's going to have to be those 4-man gangs. You're going to have to know when to retreat because Team Sexy is just so sharp. They have game plans. They execute. They don't waste kills. They go for those objectives right afterward. There's always it's always an objective-minded game with them. So it's going to be something that is going to be hard to overcome, but not impossible.
So now that it's definitely this. I mean, we've seen Team Sexy lose games. We've definitely seen them lose games, and the Simpsons have only gotten stronger and stronger and stronger throughout the season. We've seen them really. From their early games, they've come a long way, and if there's any point in the season that I think was the best time for them to go against Team Sexy, it is definitely tonight. They have a lot of opportunities. So one thing that they also have an advantage here, Team Sexy is bringing in a sub tonight. This player that just came in is not part of the joke team. They are bringing an actual sub, and it could be... It could definitely, possibly, I think it might actually be maybe something that works against them. I'll tell you guys one thing, Shark is not playing tonight. Shark is going to be subbed out. And Shark's, hands down, the best tank in all of North America. And he has definitely been the ever-looming presence over teams that Team Sexy face. Just having to deal with him. His tank mechanics, I don't think are matched by anybody.
Yeah, and especially not just providing that support, but the versatility of his pool with those supports. So, and this might actually be enough, along with the new patch. Are the Simpsons on board? This is where you pull out your aces, your wild cards. If you have them, if you have those things you've been holding on to, tonight against Team Sexy is when you're going to want to pull them out, especially right now, with them being with a sub in right now.
Yeah, this is People in the chat, no Shark, no win. We are... Nicolette is pushing. She said we're gonna wait our full grace period. Maybe maybe Shark does make it in time, so they're waiting until 10:10 to get them in. Wait, best player is here. So maybe S-Card, maybe this sub was actually for best player and Shark is actually on the field. No, all right, never mind. Shark is playing. Best player was going to be the sub. I got confused because of all the new players on Team Sexy right now. So so the question is a lot of teams with the Fanny pick of Shark, you know, have been banning the Fanny, not wanting to deal with it. I'm wondering if we're gonna see that tonight is the Simpsons, or do they have a plan for it? Do they want to try to trick Team Sexy into picking some of those kind of trolly different picks that they've been running? And do they have something ready to counter it? Because it's not like it's unbeatable. Team Sexy has lost whenever they brought in those compositions. And I think the Simpsons want to try to lure them in to doing something crazy like they've done before.
Well, if a victory is going to happen, I would say it'd probably be around the first game for the Simpsons. That's usually, from what I've seen, is when Team Sexy usually likes to try to experiment. Usually likes to bring out, I don't want to call them troll picks, but just those outside the box picks. So, okay, as you guys can see, these guest appearances.
All right, so we have some guest appearances from Anti-Mage, Oh My Venus, and Haji, all on the team. As you can see, they are ready to go. Oh My Venus will be playing Mage today. Anti-Mage in the EXP lane, Haji on tank. A little bit of a role switch from what we've seen from them across seas, but should still be a great game.
Yeah, as you see, the Ling ban coming out on the side of the Valley here, and then yeah, that Respect ban not wanting to deal with that Fanny. And this was one of the games I did catch from the Valley, and that Fanny just, especially with that Petrify, just so debilitating with Shark on at the helm.
Yeah, it's the first time I saw it, I was like, Shark's trolling. Second time I saw it, I was like, Shark's trolling? Third time I saw it, this is unbelievable. I mean, the man is a monster on it, makes it work so well, has completely flipped the league upside down with this pick. And what it does really is, we know, like, what it really is doing. The real tricky thing about this pick is it's forcing teams to use a ban on it. And Shark has so many tanks that he actually, like, you know, uses in tournaments and M3 and things like that, that, like, taking this forcing a team to ban this Fanny affects Shark in no way at all. All he's done is gotten in your heads.
Yeah, and that's the amazing part of it, is that, like, when you do try to ban out Shark to take those things away, it's just not really having an effect because of the wide pool that he has and the way that he plays those heroes. And in essence, it might actually be working against what Team Simpsons wants to accomplish with whatever draft or whatever comp they're going to be going for. Because they're not
definitely is.
It's not going to be. Go ahead.
I think it's definitely working against these teams. It's like, it's a complete, I think there has been teams that have beaten it. We saw TSU, or not TSU, Brotherhood actually do very well against it, using another double tank composition, just stopping Fanny in her tracks, making her completely useless, and you're pretty much taking a whole member, one of the most important members of Team Sexy, off the board. So I think instead of banning it, teams just need to work around it. They need to counter it, like lure Shark into picking that, and then just hard counter it. Make sure you have some damage in the back line.
Yeah, there is something to be said about countering rather than banning, because like I said, that the comps, you're really kind of closing off yourself to blocking the weaknesses of the comp that you're going to be using, instead kind of reacting instead of forcing something from them. And that's just what the Valley has been so good at doing thus far.
Most definitely. Nicolette will be locking in this Kagura now. Taking a look at some of the bans, pretty typical. The Valentine is coming off. The Simpsons do opt to take out that Wan. They don't want to let Zia on that right now, especially with the recent change on her. I don't know whether to call it a buff or a nerf yet, but they don't want to let Zia on it regardless. Simpsons coming back with a strong pick, the great, the beautiful, the Esmeralda pick in that EXP lane.
Yeah, and with that Phobia span, I'm kind of wondering if the comp of the Valley is going to be more mobility centered. If they don't want to have to have that Phobia ult work against them.
Vision bringing in this Brody now. And we saw in their game against the Kingdom how vicious he could be on that pick, how strong he could be on that pick. You know, I really like it. I'm wondering, the problem is with Ling off the field, Lancelot is still up. We saw Cold World pick up the YSS earlier, and it went very well. But my guess is they're going to leave Shark for last pick and let you guys pick into something that he can hard counter with his tank. They do it a lot. They just leave him at the bottom of the picking phase, and it normally works out for them.
Yeah, I think what's left now is to find something along the defensive side here, because they do have that Yu Zhong, which is actually going to go ahead and shut down any attempts to try to have a back line that's going to be able to damage onto the Valley side without being answered by that Black Dragon form.
Yeah, I mean, Yu Zhong, he should do good against the Brody. He should do maybe decent against the Lilia. It's kind of a mechanical fight there. Who can time out the skills a little better? Who can bait the other person into using certain skills first? But at this point, the question is, does Cold World opt, instead of going for a marksman here? You know, the Lolita's still open for Shark. We know how monstrous it is. I think Cold World is really kind of forced into picking more of either, you know, maybe a fighter jungle or an assassin jungle here, because you don't want to have those two backline jungle and your gold lane marksman when you're going up against possible Lolita Shark and a Yu Zhong who's going to get straight to that backline.
Yeah, and even if he isn't, if we're going to have Lilia, Yu Zhong, what happens with Lilia is she's just going to use her black boots to get out of it. But what you are in essence doing is zilling out that back line while your front line, especially with how powerful Roger is in the early game, while the front line is just destroying yours.
And they do ban that YSS and the Hayabusa. There's the land. I knew we were. That's good call. Good call. Clap, clap, clap. Everybody clap. So he goes for that Lancelot, and I think it does decent against the Roger. It's really gonna. I think what's gonna be really important is what does Zia pick here for his gold. Okay. Now, is Zia gonna lock in this? It's been so long. This Leslie.
And they did go ahead and lock in that Grok. He's gonna go show us what it's all about, apparently.
Shark's a monster on the Grok. He was a monster before, and I'm sure he's gonna be even more of a monster now. You know, that stun that he's gonna get against these walls, like, it's one thing for a normal Grok player, but for Shark, I mean, anytime he uses that ultimate, he's almost always hitting the wall with it, let alone, like, now that you get the stun from it, it's practically like having a Petrify for him added to his kit.
Yeah, exactly. And then so it's all going to be about the engagements here. Going to be looking for Grok to go in, and he's just so versatile and just surgical with how he plays these characters. So it definitely going to be looking for Grok to go ahead and engage, or maybe not initiate, but definitely wait to see the groupings of Team Simpsons, and then go ahead and make that charge into a wall and probably get the group stuns that he needed to help his team finish.
Yeah, I think the only honestly, looking at Cold World on this Lancelot, it's going to be so hard to nail down Lunox with her light ult. It's going to be hard to get to Nicolette on this Kagura. I think his only real opportunity here is he needs to try to get a kill or two before level 4 even happens. You know, like maybe play very aggressive, which is hard to do against Team Sexy because you have Shark who's always in your face. You have Nicolette who's going to be following in. So it's definitely going to be a tough game here.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see the Lance down here going ahead and sneaking into that red, going to be able to stall out Roger a bit. And this is kind of exactly what they need to do. Maybe not being so aggressive, but a sneaky more in the way, and then hopefully being able to macro up and turn this into something as we get to the first ganks of the game.
Yeah, and I wonder if Team Sexy's like, where's this Lancelot at? What's he doing? He's clearing out your bottom jungle. A definite ballsy move from the side of Cold World, but these are the plays you have to make if you want to beat the top team in the league right now. And I like it. That's what I like to see. Shark just figuring out that he hasn't even been in his blue buff, and this is when it must click. Best player doesn't even go back to his red buff because he knows that thing is gone. But here they come, focusing on to Damien. Are they going to be able to get the kill? The flicker does come out. No retribution on the side of Roger. Cold World is able to secure it. They are pushing forward, but they're able to zone them away. And in the bottom lane, though, Zia at least capitalized on something while the rest of the team loses out.
Yeah, Vision went down there, unfortunately, to Zia, and it did look like I was actually a little worried too, because you do often have, when a good player realizes that their jungle has been gone, they immediately go for that gold lane to try to make up the difference by getting a good gank there. And Zia just went ahead and
did it
made
for
that
him
happen himself. Yeah.
Most definitely. I mean, at this point, it's still a slow game, but what's crazy about this is even with the jungle steals, you know, I put it because of Zia in that gold lane, Team Sexy still ahead in gold, not a lot, but just the fact that they're ahead at all is huge, and it just shows how well their team does all around the map.
Yeah, just even with getting their lanes or their jungle stolen, they were able to capitalize. It looks like Damien going in on my views here, but doesn't look like
just they're jocking it. This is what we call jocking. This is what me and Ben like to call jocking, when you're just kind of playing with the Lord or playing with the turtle, pulling it to your side, feeling each other out, no one making any big plays, just waiting for one player to overextend a little bit or to make the move where things happen.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just being so passive is not going to work against Team Sexy. You kind of got to keep on pushing, keep on testing, and unfortunately, that does cost some teams, but it does actually it gets rewarded as well. Unfortunately, like this, as this game goes on later, you're going to see a lot more.
Zia getting a pick on to Andre. That is 2 kills for this Lunox. She's going to be scaling early, but Damien also taking some damage with the knockup from Shark. Will get taken out from best player. Now they're moving on to Vision. A beautiful wall. Vision goes down 4-0 to the side of Team Sexy across the map.
Yeah, just so clean on their end too. The moment they sense an advantage, they're right there, ready to go ahead and follow up one after the other, and then finally capping it off with the Black Dragon there to go ahead and take down Vision. And this is what they do. They just they take their time. They look for the opening. They're patient. They make sure not to make mistakes, and they punish you for yours.
Ooh, in comes Blader though with the flicker, the ultimate, the outplay from Nicolette. The Simpsons are definitely falling behind right now. They, you know, I say it all the time, when Team Sexy smells blood in the water, they make the advance. They take advantage of it, and they get you while you're down. And that was definitely a huge outplay for Nicolette under the mid tier 3 tower.
Yeah, unfortunately, just misreading that, and I guess getting outclassed right there.
Yeah, just outclassed all over the map. Haji with the stun on the Vision now, and in comes Zia, gets the kill. We don't care about your torn apart memories, because we're gonna shove this rock right down your throat. Andre making the advance on the Shark though, but he's staying close to that wall, able to take a little less damage. Andre though now stuck, hits those black shoes, force on the run, but here is Blessed Player on the chase, and your ultimate is gone, so you will go down here. Another kill going to best player as we sit at 8-0. Damien, get out of there. What are you doing? Under the tower to safety, but still not enough as Zia gets another kill, putting him at 4-0-3 right now.
Unfortunately, Damon pretty much assumed that cowards don't get into Valhalla, so he decided that he needed to go ahead and make sure he made one for the books there.
Yeah, I don't know what his plan was there. At this point, maybe just give up this golden tower. Cold World coming in with the puncture through, but using it as more of a mistake mechanism. Best player trying to zone in, not quite able to, but Zia under the tower, able to get the kill as Nicola takes the shot for him. They are just 10-0, already a 4,000 gold lead, and we're only 5 minutes in. Complete dominance on the map right now.
Yeah, just throwing their weight around right now. Just textbook execution, textbook being able to get not just in front of the tower, behind the tower as well, making sure to cut off escape routes when they gank. This is just, they're putting on a school right now.
Yeah, they are just, I mean, and this is what it is when they bring you know, no troll picks, showing they're really just exerting dominance right now. But Cold World is able to steal the turtle, kind of big for him. Best player forced to run away for the first time as the rest of the team is down to about half health. But Lord Bossy in the back line taking out Cold World. You will pay for that turtle today, and next will be Damien as Nicolette gets another kill under her belt, Private.
And unlikely enough, they are actually able to, the Simpsons here actually able to get the first tower here, down at the bottom, and which is kind of goes to show, because there were 5 members up of the Valley up here contesting this turtle, it did Brody a little time to golden up here a bit and take that tower.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they do get the tower, but I just feel like they're losing so much more. At this point, maybe just rotate up. Maybe that's not Damien with a nice Tyrant's Rage, though. Best player going a little low along with Zia. He does hit that Dark Ultimate and flicker away. Damien now able to get the kill on to Shark, and down goes Best player along with him. Finally, the Simpsons making a slight response here.
Looks like a few of the Valley were caught weren't with the ganking party there, and you had all 5 members of the Simpsons coming in, and maybe this is what they need to do, is to kind of stay grouped and stay organized, because like right now you can see that Team Sexi is spread all over the map, but this is another thing to say about this is how good teams win as well. Looks like actually Lunox might be in trouble up at the top.
Yeah, Zia taking his first death. Going down, Blazer able to get the kill, which is good. I mean, of course, Cold World, you want Cold World to get some kills under his belt, but at this time, Blazer, you kind of want that tanky Esmeralda to be able to get in the front a bit earlier than later.
Yeah, and as I was saying before, like what they do is they spread out, push the lanes, then group back up, and then form that 5-man gank squad. Anti-Mage might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's forced to use that dragon form to get away, but now he's pushing back in as Haji has his back, does a little bit of zoning, creates some space along with Shark, and a disengage here, but look at Venus, ready, hold on. We do have a pause coming in. I can't pause mid-fight, I'm sorry, Best player.
Oh, Blazer comes in pretty hot with that falling star.
I want to pause, but I don't want to pause, especially mid-fight like that. But Best player did ask for the pause. I waited for the best time when no like heavy skills were going off. Ultimates had already been used. So at this time, while we're waiting for a response coming from Team Sexi, you know, where do you think this game is right now? Does Team Sexi have it in the bag, or are we starting to see the comeback from the Simpsons?
I wouldn't call it a comeback, but they are slowing down the momentum of Team Sexi at from what I've just seen right now. They are starting to catch them out. Team Sexi is kind of spreading out of it. I think they're getting just a little bit boisterous with their position right now, kind of thinking that they do have it in the bag, and they're kind of getting caught. Like we said earlier, there was that 3v5 up there where they got caught and almost completely wiped by the team of the Simpsons. But as the game progresses, I think they're going to tighten it up, and then you're going to see them really kind of just start pushing their advantage.
Looks like there was some slight lag spikes coming from Carlos. I don't know if he's messing with his internet or what he's got to be able to do here to get things back on the roll. We should be starting back up in just a second, but definitely some opportunity from the Simpsons to, I mean, they do have some late game opportunity here, I guess, but the problem is so does Team Sexi. I mean, Zia is sitting at 5-1, and at 8 minutes, Zia's already going to be doing insane damage against this Kufra, against Blazer on this Esmeralda. It's gonna definitely be intense. We are jumping back in now, and we are mid-team fight, so I want to see exactly how this goes down if the team just decide to disengage here. Shark does get that first skill off, and it looks like everyone just wants to regroup after a big pause like that.
And yeah, smartly so. And just like you were saying, Zia already 5-1, which means that their front line, the moment he goes in, Simpsons are going to have to capitalize. There's not going to be any room for them to hesitate, because the moment they do, he's going to get burst down by Zia. And so they're going to need to make something happen in that very small window that they're going to have when Cooper is able to land on that pop-up.
Most definitely. I think I mean, they just need to, I think the Simpsons really need to be careful about how they engage this, you know. They need to either catch Zia off guard, catch Nicolette, who's going to be so hard to catch off guard, but they need Kufra. We saw earlier they were able to get that play with Kufra and the Tyrant's Rage. If they can get a nice set like that, there is an opportunity for them to come back, but it's going to be all about timing here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is where they shine. The Valley, just right here.
Team
now
Sexi.
That they have the Lord. Or, yeah,
how dare you?
Team Sexi. Sorry.
How dare you? That's you're off, man. I'll cast for myself for the rest of the night.
Did we just miss a kill?
We did. Esmeralda does go down to Zia, putting him at 6-1. Let's take a quick look at Zia's items. He's got the Lightning Truncheon in, he's got the Magic Wand in, and he's got the Clock of Destiny. This man is at 7,300 gold already. Just a monster on the field right now.
Yeah, 2K gold leads. While not big for the whole team, but for one player on the team they have, that's a monster right there. And Lord is going to be crashing down at bottom. Looks like they're going to go ahead and make short work of that tower, while the rest of the team is up here trying to take top and mid.
And
Hadi just kind of pushing his weight around.
Look at best player coming down. They do push that Lord in. They're going to get as much material as possible out of this as they rotate back to mid. They've taken the bottom tier tower. Best player working on the blue buff, waiting for this lane to come in, and they're going to push in hard here. We do see Lord Bossy pacing around the side, waiting for someone to try to come out. A wall comes out from Shark to keep them in that base a little longer and just help them keep distance. But at this point, they've eaten up the jungle. They've taken your material. They're just going to kind of keep you huddled up in here.
Yeah, and at this point, it's basically Sexi's game to lose, because all they're going to be doing is basically starving out the Simpsons right now. They're going to be taking their jungle, just waiting for this next Lord to come up and probably freeze up the lanes when you get to about that 20-second mark.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Look at Shark. It's really just a bait, you know? He just wants him to come in, and Damien takes it. Zia closes in, gets the kill. You got hooked, lined, and sinkered there. Cold World now also taking some damage from Nicolette. She flickers back, dodges the S1, and just beautiful mechanics and plays. You know, moves like that, the baits, the things like that that you see Team Sexi do, you know, just puts them in such a high league of gameplay.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's not really much you can do to answer, especially at this game point. At this point in the game, you're 8K, around 8K behind. If you stay passive, they're just going to get another Lord and push into your base. If you try to group in and go for it, they're just going to probably cause a wipe. I mean, but at this point, it's which dagger you want to fall on.
And things like that too. Lord Bossy coming in, dragging and letting the minions in, maybe, you know, again trying to bait with you, toy with your head a little bit, see if you jump out and try to take the fight so he can pull you out a little more. And same thing with Shark here. Now that he's got that fear in you a little, look at Zia sitting in this bush. Come on, guys. Come on. Follow me this way. Come on.
They really are.
Come on, guys.
Oh.
Just a couple more steps.
Shark is having a little bit of fun, and it does look like the Team Sexi is going to go ahead and clean up this Lord, and I'm very doubtful in the ability of Simpsons to be able to go ahead and defend
turret has been destroyed,
especially now that it is a Lumen. I forgot what it's called, the Golden Lord.
It is an Illuminous Lord or Luminous or Advanced Lord, a level 2 Lord, whatever you want to call it. That's what it is, and it's going to be crashing. And I love the way that Team Sexi's been freezing these lanes, keeping the minions closer to their base, really starving out the side of the Simpsons as much as possible. And it's showing. There's a 10k gold lead on the map right now, and they have given nothing to the Simpsons. And I mean, for the past 2 or 3 minutes, Simpsons have not been able to get an ounce of gold other than that one wave that came down the bottom. So they have been spoon feeding them, and with these waves coming in, a 10,000 gold lead, this game may end soon. Shark putting down a small wall to the side. Vision using that torn apart memories, maybe just a little bit early. Esmeralda in the bot handling Lord, but up in the top, we do have Lord Bossy, maybe a little overextended with that passive, will go down. They are able to get the kill. Vision locks it in. Andre back under the fountain to try to get his health down, and Colt World able to get a kill onto Zia. A nice play. In comes Nicolette though, able to get the burn kill onto Cold World. Andre pushing forward along with Damien as Blazer sticks behind to clear these waves, but that is now 2 inhibitors down. Even though it feels wait, they keep going. Best player locking onto Damien in that wolf mode. He's hungry and he wants it. He's gonna take it, and then Shark places the wall to let everyone get away.
And just such an interesting thing happened here is that while they had that group up top, they did have best player here at the bottom just cleaning up these towers. So while it looked like momentarily Simpsons kind of had an advantage, like they were holding the defense here, they actually weren't, because what was happening here is that they were able to accomplish what they wanted, which I feel was just to get the inhibitors down.
Yeah, I mean, 3 inhibitors for the price of 2 players at 14 minutes. It's like, what, a 20-second death counter. It's an amazing trade. It was definitely, I mean, it's just a super well-done textbook play from Team Sexi coming in. And the thing is you have to go, like, how do you even defend that? You can't let Zia, Nicolette, and Lord Bossy just crashing through the top and get on your Nexus. So it's like there's literally so little that the Simpsons can do in the situation they're in.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like it's where you want to make your stand here, and unfortunately, it looks like they're going to have to actually make something. They're going to have to force something at this point, because defense is not going to cut it all over the ground. Not with them all over your jungle. You have to make something happen here, and perhaps just focus targets, whatever you have to do. Shark.
It's like, yep, literally walking around. It's like, yeah, that's me.
Out for a little bit of a taunt.
Buying enough space for his team. Like, and again, 1 player going up, and even if Shark died right now, it'd be worth it. You get this Lord, and you leave nothing for the side of the Simpsons. Again, you didn't even give them the space to take that chance, take that opportunity, and it just goes to show that Team Sexi right now is probably playing, even whether it's because they're against the Simpsons, whatever, probably playing one of the best games I've seen them play in the league so far. And we've seen them play some crazy matchups, but when it comes to just like playing not trolly or crazy or whatever, just playing to the book, they are really doing it right now.
Yeah, it just everything here is textbook. This is what you would watch tutorials on what the game sense is and what you're going to be doing. With Sharky up there just taunting and going back and forth to make sure that the team was zoned out while they're getting bored. And looks like the board's going.
They are coming in. Cold World and Damien taking a bit of damage. A knock up on the side from Shark onto Andre. Vision with that torn apart memories, able to get the kill onto Zia. It is a battle, but the Nexus will go down, and Team Sexi takes game 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, this one pretty much felt like it was in the bag after like the 6th minute. They just found their advantage. There was a little bit of a
after the 3rd minute, after the 4th minute, max 4th minute. It felt like it was in the bag.
It just a bit, but like even with like. Simpsons had a plan. They executed it, especially in the early game. Lance got that red buff, but that's just the game sense. That's the composure of best player. Doesn't get bothered by it. Just goes ahead and then invades into their red, and is able to take the turtles still as well. And it didn't bother them. The normal tactics of like that might have thrown off any other team that had their red taken. But with players of good caliber, it's just another day at the office. They're just like, okay, I don't have my red, and then just focus on what they need to do. It's just the high quality ganks and and the macro gameplay, making sure that those deaths always got an objective, always were pushing, always making sure that they were zoning out for the Lord and stuff like that.
Most definitely. You are a little bit quiet again. Bring out that last bit of energy for the possible last game of the night, Private. I know potatoes have a bedtime, but we're not quite there yet. You're not going to turn into a pumpkin just yet. We're going to be jumping into this final game. Nope, my bad. Sorry, Simpsons. Didn't mean to say that. This is not the definite final game. Sorry. That's so horrible. That's like the worst thing a caster can do. I'll just let you know.
Count somebody out.
Yeah, just be like, yeah, this is even it's a best of 3, only 1 game's played, and you go, well, we're going into the last game of the night. That's literally the worst thing you could do. But we are going to jump into this shortly. Let's jump back to the caster desk and get ready. The question is, will the Simpsons do something different here?
It doesn't really come down to what they did, because they had a plan and they were executing it. It's just they just weren't as ferocious as Team Sexi was. They're just so crisp, no mistakes, or very little mistakes, except for that one engagement they did. But even then, sometimes it's hard to tell if it wasn't something that was calculated, especially once they got when they came down to just their inhibitor. You did see a couple of players from Team Sexi go down, but was that actually debilitating to them? Because they did have a best player go ahead and clean up the rest of the inhibitors for those 2 deaths. So it's hard to compete against this much. I wanted to say anger,
skill?
but it's just skill. Yes, skill and talent.
I have a theory that I think that game really, went downhill the moment that Esmeralda dived into that tower. Nicolette outplayed them and got that kill. That was like Zia already got the 1 kill in the bottom lane, 1v1'd in the gold lane against Vision, and then that happened with Esmeralda. I have a theory that the real way to beat Team Sexi right now is bring a really strong end game comp and play very defensive and just try to bait them into their early game aggression, and just try to bait them into a deep late game where you have the damage. You have the damage advantage.
I feel like when you do that, you're just going to give Team Sexi the opportunity to macro up so fast. You're going to be leaning on this late game, but you're very much assuming that you're going to make it to the late game. You're going to assume you're going to get crushed. That's why I said it's so important to make sure that not only that your comps benefit off of each other as far as your skills and your CC, but also to make sure that you have that late game, you have that early game in there somewhere, so that your teams, when certain players are falling off, the other players are actually coming into their power spikes.
True. I mean, it is true. You don't want to just give up everything for the late game. But I mean, we've seen compositions, Blacklist International was a perfect example of a team that always wanted to play to the late game. They always brought, a heavy, and of course the meta has changed a bit since M3, but I think a lot of teams haven't really tried that, and there aren't many teams that can mechanically handle Team Sexi right now. So that's what I mean. I think if you can't handle a team mechanically, if you can't beat them in a team fight in the early game and outdo them, you try to, play more defensively, try to give over as little gold as possibly, and aim for when you can beat them with pure sheer force and damage. And again, it's a theory, it's a possibility, I'm not saying it's definite, and you're right, not many teams can make it the long haul against a team this strong.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it usually comes down to the micro versus macro for most teams. If you don't have the mechanical micro ability, then hopefully that your team has the synergy and the macro and the grouping to be able to take them on. Unfortunately, when you're going against a team that possibly outdoes your micro and macro, the only what you have is possibly prayer. But
pray to the land of dawn gods, pray to Rafaela.
We do see that same Fanny fan, definitely not trying to see that Fanny from Shark.
Waste. It's such a waste.
We do see the Roger come out. Probably not as exciting because we don't get to see that funness. But even on Grok, you just saw that Shark was having fun there. Valentina and Ling are banned out for the side of Sexi here. and just waiting to see what the next Simpsons are going to go ahead and ban out here for them.
They do take out that Yuzong. Definitely, you know, definitely a good player. Lord Bossy on the Yuzong is definitely a nice play, but again, you know, I don't know. I'm still caught up on that Fanny ban. I like the Roger ban too from best player, you know, and it sucks because every time I watch, I think at this point you just need to like maybe just hard focus one person against Team Sexy, because every time I see someone ban something like Yuzong or Roger or Fanny against Team Sexy, I just go, well, he could still play this or he could still play that, you know?
Yeah, and unfortunately, if you're trying to ban out something that you're scared of, it's something that you see in like ranked all the time, is that those people who will ban out the last player that did something great against them. And it doesn't always, it very rarely works out, because there's just so many other pools for them to reach down and pick out. You're better off just kind of focusing on your comp and what counters your comp on paper to try to ban out, instead of like, because like this is just basically a mind game. This is them forcing them to ban their
Your
way.
team is picking.
Team Sexy forcing the Simpsons to ban what they want.
Most def. I mean, and it's true. It's like, it's you mentioned earlier, kind of a mental game in all of this, you know, and the Team Sexy has definitely gotten into a lot of these teams' heads, and I at this point I just feel like everyone's feeding right into them. You know, the few teams that have beat them didn't play to their rules. You know, they brought their own game, their own pace, and the bans, and they just played a little bit differently than the teams that we're seeing just get completely dominated by Team Sexy.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that seems like it's going to be a story here, especially with such what appears to be a large disparity in the skill gap. Not just the skill gap, but how they come at the games. It's never just an attack. It's never just a gank. There's always like all these different things happening for Team Sexy, all these different things working. That top lane gank is preparing for the Lord and zoning out, or even just giving up a kill. There's so much deeper into it that sometimes it can seem a little overwhelming for you to try to strategize against.
I am the priestess
Your
of
team
Most definitely. And, you know,
the hunter of all the
so
evil
they ban that
gods.
Yuzong and they give up the Esmeralda, right? And I think that right there, like if you're gonna ban the Yuzong, you gotta at least pick up the Esmeralda instead of going for this Kagura.
Team
And
is banning.
He just gave Zia
Wan. Oh man, this is gonna be a fun one to watch. This is gonna be a fun one.
This is where all of you people who are wondering how to play Wan, you can take out your notebooks, because this is gonna be a class right here. And you're right. When you do ban out, take out these bans that aren't usually actually
My
like great
pleasure.
meta picks. You
Your team is
kind of want
banning.
to set your priority correctly. Is Kagura that first pick? Is that first pick?
Horology.
It was a
Your
bad
team
pick.
is
I think it
banning.
was.
Is that your first priority that you need, or like when you still have Esmeralda, when you still have Wan on the field? So it just comes down to priority there.
Yeah, and it's like, what were you like? What was the point in that pick? What was your plan with that pick? To take away Kagura? You literally ban no mages, and then you take away Kagura from Nicolette, or like you think it's like, is that Andre here better be the best Kagura in the world to just lock that in, and not like, and again. I can't help but start like, how do you ban the Yuzong and then you pick up the and then you let the Esmeralda go? So really, you didn't stop. You didn't hurt. You didn't hurt Lord Bossy in any way at all by banning that Yuzong. You know, at least if you take the Esmeralda, then you take away two very strong EXP laners, and he's forced to go into something a little bit different. You know, something that, you know, maybe a Uranus, maybe something else, but definitely not that. At this point, it's definitely, I mean, I do like Blazier on this Edith, but we'll see how well they can carry this game out.
Looks like Sharky is dabbling in between Jawhead and Esmeralda.
Your team is picking.
Okay, they switched up best player to on this Ranger. Don't really know about too many changes, but with that ban to the Lolita, they're not going to really have much to stop this damage that's going to come out of Zia and best player here. So I'm eager to see how they treat that. And they are going to pick up that Grok on the side of the Simpsons with Yu Sun Shin. But you're right, too. And I've always looked at Kagura more as a counter
Your
pick.
team
And
is picking.
falling apart.
almost surprisingly enough, she does work well against those marksmen. She can get through the lines and be able to get that burst damage. But is she going to be able to execute that type of plan against Zia and best player here? I'm not sure.
It's definitely a good question. You know, what I can say from the side of the Simpsons this time, I mentioned it, they have a really nice late game composition here. The problem is so does Team Sexi. Not only that, but they have an early, Team Sexi has this Granger for the early game. One thing that's definitely going to be exciting in this game, Shark right now on this Johnson. We've seen the Johnson come into play before with Team Sexy, and it's always a fun thing to watch.
Yeah, really interesting too, because I don't see any purifies on the side of Simpsons here, so might be an issue as Haji starts coming in. Also, early game now, I feel like Wanwan, while she's got a bad lane clear and a bad like a micro or macro up early game, like she just being able to get that ult as soon as she hits level 4, she's going to be able to get that ult off very quickly, especially with somebody as skilled as Zia at the helm there. I think that this is going to be a real troublemaker down at the gold lane.
Oh, most definitely. And she's going to be able to, once that level 4, it's baiting daggers into those ultimates, you know, where you have to stand still. That's probably the only downfall about some of Beatrix's ultimates is you're really kind of a sitting duck, especially for a highly mobile hero like Wanwan.
Yeah, and fortunately, Simpsons was actually able to get this Lethal Wanderer. They're going to be able to macro up a bit, possibly be able to get a gank down here at bottom once he's done with his rotation here. Not sure how well he's going to be able to do that on a Wanwan. Like Sharky here is actually putting a little bit of pressure onto Cole.
Yeah, always harassing Shark is. He's always hungry for more. And Damien taking some big damage from Shark skills. Does put up that wall. Daggers rotating up to help out and keep them at bay. Give Cold World as much space to jungle as possible, because that's what they need to do. They need to get Cold World nice and fed in the early game, so when we hit that 6-7 minute mark, they have a lot more opportunities.
Yeah, and Cole will probably not really able to do much here, just throughout that mountain shock. I guess to kind of see where the placement was here, but I feel like that actually kind of works against him too, because then Zia knows what's coming and wisely backs off it. Oh, you have an engagement here happening.
Nicolette does go down. Zia possibly may be next there, staying under this tower. Cole able to get out from that shot and is able to get the double kill. A nice pick for the Simpsons there, and going right into the correct person's hands.
Yeah, exactly. Cole able to pick up those kills, and best player is going to go ahead and pick up this turtle. But Jonathan Bond just such just the grouping for that. Just beautiful work by
Hero has been slain.
Yeah, and Blazier does go down to best player, but that grouping is what they're going to need to do if they want to get a victory. They're going to need to keep up that pressure, keep going, and keep playing like that and crisp like that with those 4-man ganks to be able to have a chance of going
Yeah, I mean, they are doing a good game. They did. Blazier, of course, does get picked off, but this is definitely much better than the last game, where it was probably, I think Team Sexy got 10 kills before the Simpsons got 1 at all. But now you got Shark driving around in the whip, tries to get the knock in. Damien able to dodge it by just a millisecond, but in comes Zia's ultimate, gonna lock in. Johnson does steal the kill though, but it does fall into the hands, and they have a wave of minions to take as much gold plating off of this as possible. Daggers standing still, and in comes Tank, ready for the push, goes into the wall and decides not to go too far.
Somebody take away Shark's license there. Unfortunately, yeah, it looked like Damien did release his spin just a little too early, which allowed Wanwan to go ahead and get that stun on him, and the rest of the team just collapsed so quickly.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if we see anything big here. Nice wall from Damien with the knockup on to Shark. Shark taking a bit of damage. Whole world able to get that kill. Anti-Page, Nicolette are able to respond back and get the kill onto Andre. We are having a bit of a drop here. Blazer comes in, gets kill onto Nicolette, and they are just going back. A big flip and a knockup onto Lord Bossy as Daggers rotates up, clears this wave, and they're going to move on and possibly push into this mid lane.
Cole really showing up right now. He just that focus, even while Esmeralda was in there, just ticking away at him, just completely zeroing in on Zia and the rest of Team Sexi, just not losing focus, going in there, getting the kills, and then his team wisely disengaged.
Oh, I really thought the ultimate was coming. The stun comes in just in time, though. Andre able to stop it. Zia goes down. Now Nicolette forced with this wall in a bit of a bad position, but they're not able to capitalize. Damien already used that Force of Nature ultimate, but they are pushing in now. They want to take this tower, at least the gold plating. Andre back against the wall along with Damien. 3 members coming in. The wall comes up. They do stop it. It comes up again. Haji keeping on the distance. They're going to clear this wave, and Shark jumps into that whip once again and moves elsewhere on the map.
Oh, God.
Oh, they just missed, but in comes Lord Bossy on a cold world. Can he get this kill? Taking a couple too many shots from the tower. Shark pushing the aggression. Lands down, but he pays the price. A huge outplay this time coming from Andre.
Yeah, and this might be what we were talking about before. While they played that solid, very, very firm, very crisp and sharp first game, it looks like they're getting a little lackadaisical right now, kind of thinking that they can kind of have their way throughout this entire map, and they're kind of paying for it. They're being punished.
Yeah, you know, maybe they're definitely, this is... I'm wondering if this, you know, and I was always worried that this is for a lot of teams, especially in NA, you know, this can be a downfall, you know, you throw a game, you pick a weird pick or something, or you get, like you said, Shark though, and Andre, but that's not the best target, you know. Up in the top lane though, a big flip from Blazer on a best player. He may just get melted down here. He does, as Lord Bossy stands by himself against 3 members of the Simpsons, but they want to focus in on this tower. Blazer with the knock up and the toss up. Anti-Mage will go down. Nicolette in that light mode, able to get the kill onto Blazer, but a little low on health. They're going to close in and give the triple kill to Cold World. This man is sitting at 6-0 right now at 6 minutes. A complete monster.
Yeah, Cold World right now is just really putting the skill into this YSS right now, especially with their game sense right now up there at the top, not really focusing on Esmeralda, making sure that they get that tower down, focusing it really hard. I was actually scared there for a minute. It looks like Starkey does come in.
Yeah, and Zia gets the ultimate onto them. She's going to make that a double. Can it be a triple? Closing in the distance. The Petrify locks in, and they're able to get it. Zia does go down to daggers. They're going to close in. In comes, oh, no Desinata from best player. He has already used it. I was hoping he was going to get the nice sniper finish there.
Yeah, Dagger's really outplaying there, so close to death, making sure that they went ahead and took out Zia before he was able to flicker out there with Drain, best player on his front.
Yeah, definitely a good, I mean, and taking the risk and making sure it's worth it, you know. And I think right now Zia's not in the best position. He's 2-3. Same thing with Nicolette. Lord Bossy 1-3. It's been a while since we've seen Team Sexi at this much of a deficit, but even with this kill deficit, look at the gold.
Yeah, it's still only 1K of a gold deficit at 12-8, which means that they really are macroing at getting their jungle, making sure they're still farming. Damien does come in with the ulti. He pops off.
Oh, and he's going to lock on the Cold World, make that a double, make it a triple. No, the Desinata gets the finish. A beautiful snipe coming from best player, and now they smell blood once again, and they are closing in.
Yeah, and unfortunately, not much that they could do there. And poor Blazers, okay, a little bit of a dance-off happening here at the mid.
Oh no! How dare you dance? How dare you dance with my Esmeralda? She does use that ultimate to get some health back in the shield, and she's trying to defend for all she can, but Lord Bossy does not want to stop. But wait, the knockup comes in, but the tower's locked onto the minions, so you're just still not able to defend.
Wanwan cleaned up at bottom with took down daggers. I almost thought that he was going to be able to get Damien, but that's just a little too tanky for Zia to be dealing with right now.
I mean, you want to have a fun game, you want to have some excitement, you put Shark on Johnson, you know? I can say one thing, some of these off-brand picks from Shark have been the most exciting thing to watch over the past several weeks.
Oh yeah, most definitely, and it's the bane of existence for anybody like myself who who likes to play rank or solo queue, because what does this mean?
Oh, and in comes Lunox, but a nice knockup from Damien, able to get the kill. Dagger secures it, so it is a 1 for 2 currently. Make that 3 as Andre comes into the back line. They're now chasing down best player. The wall comes up, and the knockup. That is going to be it. No, he's able to dash past the wall, use it to his own advantage, and fire back some shots, but still, Team Sexy falls behind on a 3 for 2 trade, Private.
Yeah, but they are starting to close up this lead again still. I believe that... I almost want to say like this is not intentional, but they're just not worried as most teams would be with these kills. They did kind of close the gap on the kills and as well. Here we have Shark.
Shark coming around with Nicolette once again, able to get the lockdown onto Andre. You will go down, and now Lord Bossy zoning in onto Damien. Dagger is just trying to clear this wave, doing everything they can, but the Lord is up. They've now taken the gold lead by 2,000. In comes Cold World, though, ready to try something. The wall comes out from Damien. Destinata does fire 2 shots onto Damien. Blazer in the back line misses the knockup, and he's going to pay for that because in comes Fallen Sarmoon along with Shark in that car, getting the dash, and 4 members are down in a matter of seconds along with the Lord. Team Sexy may have just took this game, but Zia still pushing forward. In comes the ultimate, taking out Cold World. A 4 for 1 trade with the Lord going into the hands of Team Sexy. This is how you bring a game back.
Yeah, I wonder, did Zia have that wind of nature? Because it looked like Cole sensed a little blood, thought he could get something off there, but yep, had that wind of nature pops, and actually made Cole pay for that little bush damage, where he thought he would.
Look at them just in their face right now. In comes Destinata. They are able to get the kill on the best player, but like you just said, it just seems like they don't care. They take some deaths here and there, but it seems like they're always on top, even when it looks, almost like they're losing.
Yeah, and it's something that can be so debilitating to face off against. Oh, here comes. Oh, Zia popped into the first.
Yeah, and then in comes best player with Fallen Sarmoon. Blazer just trying to defend. Zia gets caught off guard. Cold World able to get the kill. The wall comes out from Damien, and they also take out Lord Bossy. Shark in the whip, though, doesn't want to make the play just yet. Let's take a look at this. She is ready to go, ready to pounce. I love the way Lunox just stands there, both feet down, staring forward into the sunrise. They go into the tower nub.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's one of the funnier things about that skin, is being able to see who's riding there and just standing on the back. Oh god!
Oh, Shark might be in a bad position. Is going to get knocked up, taken out by Cold World.
Yeah, and it is funny. I do like that skin. On a technical standpoint here, it does look like they have closed the gap on the gold. Simpsons are sitting up 2 more kills, but I feel like there is a gap in who specifically has the gold here on the side of Team Sexy.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a nice position over the... I mean, they had a nice position over the lower port. The problem is again, just like always when you're up against Team Sexy, you have to watch out for their macro. You got this bottom wave closing in. They know how to keep an advantage. Yes, the Simpsons do have that top lane pushing in, but it's on the side of the Lord pit, so it's not a big help to have the advantage on that side. And it's just, again, maybe Team Sexy on purpose. Back in the mid, Andre taking some damage. He's gonna go down. In comes Shark and Zia, doing even more damage. Damien brought down to back health. The immortality does pop on Blazer, but he will be taken out and put in the dirt. 3 members down, going into the hands of Team Sexy. They're gonna take this blue buff, and it's all right in time for 10 seconds to the Lord.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it does, like, even if you wanted to split push, are you going to send that one person out there where Sharky and
anybody, Shark and whoever.
Yeah, whoever he decides to have on his back to be easy pickings for them. Look at him chasing down Cole. Oh,
a nice play. Hold on a second. They're able to lock in. Cole World goes down. We just got to follow Shark around. Nicolette will go down also. They are just, I mean, at this point, I feel like Team Sexy is just having fun.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like I was saying, there's not much you can do against it too. What they're doing is they're macroing. Oh, Zia goes down. Ooh, very quickly executed down, and here comes Sharky, and looks like he's gonna come in to the side, or no, behind. Nope.
he doesn't have anyone with him right now. I think he's gonna maybe play it out, keep that ultimate for, you know, maybe more of a protection play. No, he does want... Oh. Best player keeping his distance, wants to zoom in on Damien. The knockup comes in though, and Andre, we know the umbrella's coming, the ultimate followed up. Best player will get knocked back, but it still does not enough damage as Lord Bossy gets tossed, whipped, tossed up. In comes Destinata though, as the flicker
Sharky!
Shark! So much going on, so many different angles.
Yeah, okay, and now it does look like Simpsons are starting on the Lord. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to clean it up here, especially with Sharky
just
being
coming.
Yeah. And now he sees it. Now you know he's coming.
Oh, wait a second. Colwell able to get the Lord, and down goes Nicolette. Shark will be next. In comes Zia, though, able to get those weakness points, bring in that ultimate, and is now on to Andre. Not quite able to finish it, though, as best player does seal the deal. Coleworld on his lonesome against Zia and Lunox. This is not a good position. Lord will be coming from the side of the Simpsons, but is it going to be enough to defend this push coming soon to a theater near you?
That's definitely going to be. It's interesting too, because I was about to say that the Lord would give them a little breathing room, but then it looked like Cole was going ahead and trying to push top lane when what it should have done was retreated, so that he had some backup over here. Because unfortunately, after they make short work of this Lord, they are going to have the power to push.
All right, we have something else we have to talk about now. Let's take a look at Shark's build. Two blade armors, working on another one.
This is exactly what he ran on Brock the last game as well.
I mean, it's honestly not bad. It's working pretty well and is able to deal nice damage. Look at that burst damage though. In comes Shark. Oh, a nice wall from Damien on that Grok. Coleworld's gonna get stunned from that hammer, and they are moving back now. They have to clear this wave. Zia needs to move. He does want to lose his tower, and this is even when they're messing around, they know when to rotate and still keep their position over the map.
Yeah, and that's just one of the things that is so remarkable about that team. Oh gosh,
just so much on the map right now.
Yeah, they're spread all over here too. They're just accomplishing what they need to and moving right back up. It's so quick. There's never a hesitant moment when they're together here. They clear what they need to at their lane and then group up right away.
I like Damien though on this Grok. He's been, you know, he's been doing well with it. Even keeping distance, keeping vision, placing those walls well. Dagger's also starting to become a bit more of a threat, sitting at 5 and 6. But as we creep into the late game, everyone's going to be getting maxed out on items soon. So the Simpsons may have a bit more of a foot to stand on here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as you start losing that lead, and you start evening out on like the only 6 items that you're allowed to get, it's gonna start becoming more of a game of strategy and mistakes, which I think benefits Team Sexy a little bit more.
Possibly. Oh, a nice wall from Damien. No driving in this neighborhood, sir. You better calm down. Look at Shark just standing there. Like, did you really just do that?
Absolutely in disbelief of the rudeness of Damien to throw a wall in front of him.
Down in the bottom lane, Esmeralda and Blazer are trading a few blows and just like always controlling the macro of the map. But Simpsons also keeping pressure themselves. Best player forced to revert back and clear some of these waves. It's a lot of this is definitely going to start coming down to macro as this final Lord, or not final, but possibly final Lord comes on to the map here. What is Shark doing?
I want to throw.
I'm sorry. Back up to the top. We're going to ignore him. He is going to probably get taken out from Blazer. Bossy taking a bit of damage also. Are we having a bit of a throw here from the side of Team Sexy?
Yeah, it looked like that. Cole was able to dodge that Sharky incoming, and then Sharky decided to take a tour of
take a tour of the base.
The Simpsons. Yeah, take a tour of the base. And,
I'm going on a recon. All right. We're going on a recon here. Maybe they were trying to bait again, trying to pull them away from that Lord and buy the rest of his team space, kind of like we've seen them done before. But that was a little much. You're literally under the inhibitor tower.
Yeah, and unfortunately they do lose a Lord for it, and we're gonna see if Team Simpsons can capitalize on this. It is a buff Lord right now, so they're gonna have that going for them, so they're gonna probably lose this mid tower if the Lord is actually gonna be able to make it there. But they are gonna have to watch out for this engage from Shark, doing wheelies up there.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's been doing it so long that he's gonna have a second one ready to go. But Lord is moonwalking down. The wall comes out from Damien. They're gonna try to push forward. Anti-Mage into the back line with that falling Star Moon. Not able to do a whole lot of damage to Blazer though. In comes Andre though with a nice stun and a knockup. That's gonna be a kill on the Shark, and Anti-Mage may just be next. Oh my Venus also taking damage as Cold World tries to take her out. The Winter Truncheon buys time, but it's still not enough. The conceal play comes out. Cold World taking a bit of damage as Blessed Player fends them off. I thought we were about to possibly see the end of this game, but Team Sexi defends valiantly as another wave crashes in to this bottom inhibitor. Anti-Mage gets knocked, gets tossed, and Blazer able to help Cold World secure that kill. Simpsons not wanting to give up the pressure just yet.
Yeah, Wisely actually backing up now that they don't have any more waves crashing into it. Just a great. That's probably the second or third time I've seen Damien read Shark and where he's going to be going and throw that wall out. This time he didn't even see where he was, but just knew that he was going to be trying to crash into that Lord. And it just showing that Simpsons, while maybe not at the skill, at the micro and macro level out Team Sexi, these picks and this playstyle, they're basically saying not in my house right now. Like they do have some type of skill here.
Most definitely, and I can't help Damien doing pulling Shark moves right now. You know, this is the way you're supposed to play tank. You're supposed to hit the recalls. You're supposed to get up in their face, get in their heads. And Damien's doing a good job at it right now. I got to give him that. He's keeping vision for his team. The Lord will be up in about 30 seconds. The question is Team Sexi going to keep messing around, or are they going to come in, contest this Lord, and try to make the play that ends this game?
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's always going to be a big risk too, especially with the entire team up right now. I mean, you don't really want to go for Lord because you don't want to have a fight with Lord at your back and a Team Sexi at your front. So you're going to have to wait till you get the advantage here, and it doesn't really look like Team Sexi pushing out too much alone. They always got their groups, always got their backup. Except for now, looks like Lunux might be a little caught out if they can get enough CC, but got her those abilities to iframe out, so she's really kind of confident in the game.
Now, but in comes Shark. We already know why he's driving. Wants to contest this Lord. Damien with the conceal play for the block, though. A nice play. Oh my Venus trying to come in. They're not able to conceal. Colwell secures it, and down goes Nicolette. Lunox, Lord Bossy coming to the back lane, though, able to take out Cold World. It's a 2-for-1 trade currently as the rest of the team tries to zone in onto Esmeralda. The wall comes out, but not quickly enough. Best player, Sir Bossy and Shark on their lonesome against 4 members. A Lord will be coming soon, along with waves of minions crashing in. Can the Simpsons finish this game here?
Honestly, they probably can if they can stick to their plan.
Oh, a nice play, a nice wall. They do get the crash. Blazer will go down. The immortality comes out as Andre uses his own ultimate to take out Best Player, and Blazer's going to walk away from this unscathed. Andre able to flicker through that wall, but Sir Bossy does not want to let him go. Able to get the kill. Lord at the base now. Shark and Sir Bossy all up against the world. Zia back on the map, though. Let's see if they can make this a turnaround here. It's now 4v2. They should be able to melt down this Lord and draw this game out just a little bit longer.
Oh god, Shark is going to go ahead and crash it.
Another beautiful wall from Damien, and now Sir Bossy is going to pay the price. Immortality does pop. Can he escape with the falling Star Moon? Not quite able to. He's going to get knocked up, and Cold World is going to possibly finish this off.
Yeah, it's honestly right now Damien is on fire at just being able to shut down Sharky here, especially just able to read what's going on in the battle and where probably the most opportune times and moments are to strike, and throws that wall out there, able to shut Sharky down before he can actually help his team engage.
Most def. I mean, at this point, still very up in the air. If Damien can keep making these plays, blocking Shark off, he'll definitely have a the game could definitely go into the hands of the Simpsons here. I think they honestly, I feel like they have the advantage here. They have such damage right now with Cold World and daggers. They're really just able to eat up Shark. Up in the top though, Blazer getting a bit caught off here, and this could be huge because that is a 62-second death counter. This is the blood in the water. This is the moment that we're gonna see the Team Sexi, I think, really push their advantage.
Yeah, with the 35 seconds, they are going to go ahead and try to clear up the lanes and guarantee that they're going to go ahead and try to close up in time to try to get this Lord. But is it going to be enough? And that's what I was talking about before, is like you can't just be caught out alone, especially with Sharky out there trying to clear your lanes. Like, he's just going to punish you for it, and he showed that when he was able to take down Edith.
Yeah, you just gotta be careful right now. And you've said it a few times. You just can't, especially this late in the game. All it takes is one mistake, and in comes Shark and Oh My Venus, locking on to Andre. The Winter Truncheon does come out. Can they get the finish, though? She does use that ultimate to lock on to Nicolette. A nice outplay, but Nicolette comes with a Winter Truncheon of her own, able to back off. Andre is trying to get away with everything she has. The Umbrella trying to outplay, but Sir Bossy's on the trail. Best player comes in, and the kill goes in the hands of Sir Bossy. Blazer back on the map, though, just enough time, but now they're still down a member as Cold World pokes a bit of damage. But at this point, we are going to see the Lord possibly fall into the hands of Team Sexi. Best player a little low on health. Zia does have that ultimate ready to go on Damien. The weaknesses haven't popped, but I don't think that's the target she wants. In comes Sir Bossy taking out daggers. I think the game may be falling into the hands of Team Sexi right here, right now. Blazer on the run along with Damien. Cold World goes down. This is going to be it, guys. Blazer also taking out. Team Sexi is taking this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's all it takes is just that one mistake, and Team Sexi was able to capitalize on it.
Yeah.
Just, good fight, but
I can't hear you.
oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. It's all right. I know it's late. It's late. It's like, but the game does go to Team Sexi. It's a 2-0 sweep. The Simpsons are not out yet, though. Team Sexi continues on their tyrant rampage through this league. This puts them at what? 7-0, 8-0 right there. I think it's 8-0, 9-0. I think. One more game against TSU. But the Simpsons still have a game left. They still have an opportunity to secure their spot even more. Sharks build right now. And then Zia picks it up too, just to really rub it in. Sells everything, picks up 5 blade armors. You gotta love it. You know, I was earlier talking about how Valley is like the team that shows up late. You know, Valley's like the kids that show up late to the party. Team Sexi's like the nerdy kids that show up to school doing something funny. You know, they change the names, and like I love them. I think they're just a fun team to watch. They're an amazing team to watch play, and I just love the little things that they do like this to make things even more entertaining.
Yeah, and especially with Sharky, just the versatility in his picks. Honestly, I'm not even sure that there is like some method to the madness. I think there's probably a dial somewhere that he spins and is like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and do a Kadita support with spins the dial again. Petrify. All right.
And 5 blade armors.
Yeah.
All right, guys, so what are we picking tonight? We are going to jump back to this caster's desk, though. A nice night, a fun night. Definitely a blast casting with you tonight, Private. It's extremely enjoyable. Big shout out to everyone who waited through some of the pauses, the forfeit from the Valley, any issues that we had, and to all the supporters. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. If you want any info about any of the about this league, future tournaments, anything like that, feel free to jump into the Discord channel. It is a growing community with over 14,000 members currently. I mean 1,400 members. Whoa, slow down. And and I am very active on it, except for on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's when I work. Other real life job, not this. But you can always ask me any questions. I'm always open to help out. Also, don't forget to give Priv8 Dancer a follow. He streams on Twitch. And if you want to help fund the league or donate to the league, check out the GoFundMe and type !donate. Thank you everyone for watching tonight. Priv8 Dancer, any last words from you?
No, it was an absolute blast. Congratulations to all the teams that came out here to perform. And yeah, so it was fun. It was a blast. I had fun.
All right. So thank you once again. We had a great night, and I'll see you guys in the next draft.